Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 401781.
This is Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel. If you're driving and take a quick glance at your phone, more can happen than you might think. Because taking your eyes off the road for even just a moment means you could miss everything happening around you. Don't let those few seconds take your attention away from what's right in front of you. Phones down, eyes up, Ohio.
Red 13.
Going. I'm glad to see next. I would like to hear the story. Come. Is this with care? You see it.
How can I help? Very well.
control.
Hi. I'm doing.
Move in and take those zones. They are your life.
I suppose.
Enemy claims zone C.
Just tired.
Captured zone A.
Just tired.
Enemy has zone advantage.
I don't know what you said. Oh. That sucks.
Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. Enemy has advantage. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. Enemy has advantage.
Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help immediately. If you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the lungs, swelling of the symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and restless pain or bruising at the injection site. Listen to your heart.
Ask your doctor about Repatha. Learn more at repatha.com.
Captured Zone A. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. Enemy has zone advantage. Shut the enemy down. We have zone advantage. Double down.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Enemy has advantage. Zone B captured. You have zone advantage. Enemy has zone advantage. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. Zone B captured. You have advantage. You're nearly there. Fight on and claim victory. One big. You had it. I could not ask for a better victory. Impressive. You could give the Red Jacks a lesson in territory control.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to actually gauge the strength of whatever you're using. I just meant that as a statement. I know what you're playing. There's like a ton of variables you're playing, you know. And obviously it's gonna play differently when you play with other people. All it really is just like a repetition and trying to like fish out mistakes that you make and not do them anymore. What I used to do is anytime I had like a mediocre game in Crucible, either mediocre or bad, I would clip the entire match. And then, like, I don't know, every couple of days I would go back through and watch every single one of them. And then I would figure out what mistake was being made most frequently. And then I would basically go, play, and mentally tell myself to not do that thing for hours on end until I stopped thinking about it and I stopped doing it. And then I go back through and do the same thing again with another mistake. It's the only way to really get past like a skill plateau.
your enemy this place belongs to you now. Take the zone.
Oops.
Enemy claimed zone.
It's really strong.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
I think it has some of the best abilities in the game to use out of Invis. Yeah, you're more or less like an assassin, right? So it's mostly like it's not necessarily always 1v1, but it's more like you can go do that, instantly burst somebody.
Have advantage.
It's better than nothing.
Zone B captured. You have advantage.
think I want to get one of those like compression sleeves at some point, so I don't have to like wear a long sleeve, like shirts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. For my arm while I play. It should help. Not just with like why people normally use them, but it should help with like inflammation and stuff because of my arm injury. So it should help with my, because I get one that goes like down to the base of the palm of the hand. So it actually fully covers the wrist. Yeah, so it should help in like 2 different ways. The other way is, it's like how like older people with poor blood circulation get compression stockings. Yeah, I've moved a bit closer to my desk, and so I pushed my mouse pad a bit further forward. So now it's not fully covering the desk itself, and there's like a ton of friction on that like wooden part with your skin when it heats up. Yeah, and it just like,
Take those zones, Guardians. Victory demands it.
yeah, I've looked at some like different like mouse pads to get in the future. SteelSeries seems like they have some like decent one. I don't need anything like too crazy, but to like, I don't know, just like fully cover the area of the desk that I want to touch would be a good start. SteelSeries? I know that they, with their headset, they did like a Destiny collab, so I just kind of figured. Makes sense. Yeah, I was trying to use armrests and stuff, but I found that it was like, I guess like tweaking like my shoulders were like offset kind of. So it's like, and I definitely just prefer to use the desk like as armrest. Essentially, it's just you need the proper amount of space and everything. But the like double XL, whatever you call it, mousepad that I saw, it's like a little over 15 inches in like depth, which is I think like 3 extra inches from what I currently have, and that should work wonders. It's like roughly how much extra space I do need. And if it's a little bit too much, it doesn't really matter. It'll just, you can have it hang over the edge of your desk, which gives you a better like point of contact for where your arms do touch the desk. I know a lot of the people that take FPS a bit more seriously, they always have it like hanging off, or almost always. Kind of just depends on the individual person, but like from what I've seen, like looking into different things, they always have it like hanging over by like half an inch or more. sounds like a... Yeah. You'd end up needing a desk that has a lot more depths so that you could have the monitors further back. Yeah, that would be the eventual plan for me as well. Like, get a desk with more depths and like monitor arms and everything. So you have full control over like the ergonomics of your setup. Yeah. Dude, it saves so much fucking space. It will save like a foot of space just not having them on the desk. Monitor arms are so fucking expensive though. Or they can be. A lot of weight. Yeah. Yeah. There's this old CSGO pro, and he did some like aim methodology videos and different stuff like that, and in one of his videos he like linked a specific desk, or was talking about it when talking about like proper posture and like how you want to be oriented and stuff. And this it's a standing desk that can be adjusted up and down in millimeter increments. It's like fucking $1,500. Yeah. Yeah, so the video's like 6 years old now. And I know I watched it at some point just because I was like curious, more so about the posture thing than how it related to mouse and keyboard. Like when I started getting into using a desk. And he's like, there's like a link in the bio. It's like, oh, best ergonomic chair on the market. It's been like 6 years. The thing is still like $2,500. And that's without all the bells and whistles like the footrest and all that sort of stuff. Based. Based. W Bella. I don't think I will. It'll ruin it for you. Why did the spawn flip? Excuse me? The spawn flipped, and it shouldn't have. I guess too many of my teammates died. I wasn't gonna keep track, I guess. sweet summer child. Builds character. Lol. I got like a little clip this match. Yeah. I like kill one guy, and then I got Adagio on my 120, and then I like, this guy was half health, so I one-tapped him, and then I like two-tapped like 2 or 3 people after that in a row. Lol. Yeah, you just have to like manifest it if that's really what you want in life. That's pretty awesome. Just get used to them or whatever. You're welcome.
Enemy claimed Zone B. Enemy has zone advantage.
I miss not having ads on Spotify so much. I miss not having ads on Spotify so much.
Zone C captured. Zone B have advantage.
It's kind of funny. It's like they do advertisement because it gives them more exposure and they want it to lead to more sales. And I have heard, like, I think it was during like the winter, I heard so many ads for Tic Tacs. I'm never eating a Tic Tac ever again. Ever.
Have advantage.
Say it's like Christmas. I get some like Christmas themed Tic Tacs in my stockings. I'm throwing them in the trash. Like, not only will I not buy them, I will not consume them. Like, and it really sucks too because there was there's this guy who like dissolves all these different items in like alcohol and stuff, and then like lets it sit for a week and like sees what happens and then like tests it and all that stuff. And he took like
Zone C
Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs and dissolved them in like Malibu. And I don't drink or anything, but that made me like, oh my god, I really want to try those, you know, those Tic Tacs. I was like, oh yeah, I can't. They're icky. Yeah, I ended up making some like, it wasn't even like Dr. Pepper really taste, but it ended up being like a cherry Malibu or something. Sounds kind of good. Yeah, he took Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs and dissolved them in the Malibu. No, no, no.
tell them to line up front.
That's an interesting weapon choice. This is the guy, right? Yeah, he's using a 120 hand cannon and Jotun. What the fuck? Come on. You want to peek me. Convincing this guy that he wants to peek me. Even though it'll lead to his death. But I want him to peek me. That's the main thing.
I need a hunter like you with the red jack.
Ah! I played an engagement so well. I like walked into it while closing off another angle. And all I had to do was like hit every single shot. And it worked, but then the other guy ended up having grenade launcher, so the good habit didn't pay off.
Captured Zone B. You have zone advantage. 5 minutes.
please, no. OMG.
Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage. Zone C
Can't
lost.
aim.
Your enemy has power play. Zone B captured. Zone C captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone A lost. Three minutes remaining. Zone B lost. Enemy has advanced. Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
I don't remember. Whatever it was must have not really been that important because I just talk about something. I don't like really hold on to it. Think about too many things too frequently. Just can't afford it mentally.
Captured Zone B. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone A lost.
Oh my god.
Zone C lost. Enemy has zone
That's 3-shot Goldie, so it's like one more shot. Maybe? Ah!
Zone B lost. Power play. Those zones back. Zone C captured.
Not me knowing what Golden Gun is based off the fucking pitch of the shot.
Enemy is pushing for victory. Punish them for it. One minute left. Zone B have advanced. Zone C zone. You've got 30 seconds. Zone A captured. You have zone advantage.
Hello?
This
Shotgun this guy, my melee whiffed. And then I like 180'd and continued to run away to like try to like
you've got to hold
take
those
space.
zones.
And he killed himself with a scatter grenade. He like meleeed me and then threw a fucking grenade and then just died. So funny when people just fucking misadventure themselves. LOL. Holy fuck. I just had a like 3 KD in this match, and every single one of my teammates went negative. That's so rough, man. I think I'll go. Need to get a fucking exotic engram to drop so I can like focus for Dragon Shadow or something. Just using Radiant Dance Machine right now. I could make it work on other subclass, but I feel like it plays, at least for PvP, it plays better on Void. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, it could play really well on Strand, too, but I did that before. I don't want to do that anymore. It's very brain dead. Like, get as close as you can to someone and dodge with Gambler Dodge to refund your melee and put your, like, Spreaded Spectre clone. And then you hit it with your melee, the melee ricochets off of it, and then it has, like, heat seeking to them. So it hits them for, like, a little over 100 damage, and then all the spread links from the clone, if not the explosion from the clone, like, kill them. You basically wombo combo them with your dodge and your melee, and it just kills them every time. I'm sure it's been nerfed and whatnot. It used to be something that was just like a very brain dead like combo thing that you would do. And then most people, they would do it, and then if it didn't work, they would just like stand there and die because they don't know like what else to do. Like, oh, well, I threw the kitchen sink and all of my kitchen appliances at them. It didn't work. I guess I'll die. I threw my 2 scatter grenades, both my void melees that pushed them, and put my rift and hit them with the Child of Old Gods, and they ran away. I guess I'll die.
Your light has not gone out.
If you're into tech, you'll love this. TikTok is a live
Then
platform
take it.
where users post instant reviews of the latest trends. Download TikTok and
Yes,
check
of
it out.
course.
Let's see.
I'm John
Then
Cooper,
take
and I'm Jordy Hayes. We're the hosts.
Buy all of them.
TVPN is a live tech talk show. Think Sports Center or Pat McAfee for tech. We're live weekdays with guests from 11 to 2 Pacific on X and YouTube.
We upload each episode and 30-minute cutdowns to Spotify.
Very well.
The New York Times just called TVPN Silicon Valley's new obsession. We've had guests like Suck, Sam Altman, Mark Cuban, and Satya Nadella on recently.
Yes,
So
of
whether you want
course.
the full show or just the highlights, search TVPN on Spotify.
All right, back to the show.
May it serve you
Hi, I'm
well.
Linus
God.
Sebastian,
I'm Luke Lafreniere.
and together we host The WAN Show, a once-a-week podcast about technology, the tech industry, and the decade plus that we've spent covering them.
There will be tech, there will be tips, and there will be many side quests and tangents.
That's the best part! We're just 2 dudes who love tech hanging out, and you can consider this your formal invitation to join us.
Catch the show every Friday here on Spotify, or go through our previous uploads right now.
Do it, you know you wanna.
Yes, of course.
Your immune system is just resisting anything that isn't supposed to, like, that isn't
It's yours.
produced by your body.
Then take it.
Did I not? Fucking, bruh.
Anything you need?
Bruh. I just went and like bought everything from. Oh my god, dude. I don't wanna fucking do that. Learning light. What is that? Is it this? It's this. Commune with the traveler. I don't wanna. I don't even, like, where do I even commune with the fucking traveler, dude? Cosmodrome, I guess. Trying to, like, buy all the aspect and fragment and stuff for, like, Solar Hunter, and it, like, one of the fragment and one of the aspect are locked behind doing a quest, I guess. I don't remember, but I did it whenever Solar or whatever .0 came out and all that. So yeah, I don't really have any idea at all. I don't remember. There's like a fragment you have to run. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, of course. The Traveler isn't even fucking at the Cosmodrome. Like, how am I, like, I look in the sky, where he at? He nowhere. Yeah. Nice one. Nice one, Bungo. Commune with literally fucking nothing. This is that one, like, super jank, like, new light, I forgot that this thing even existed. Yep. Yeah, I never got the chance to do this, because it didn't exist. teach me how to walk forward and meditate with nothing. And now to throw grenade. Yeah, dude. Oh my god, I'm throwing trip mines on the hive poop. Like, I don't listen to your tutorial, pops golden gun. Yeah, this is one of those like tutorial things that teaches you absolutely nothing at all. It's like fucking throw. I already equipped like what I plan to use, so I'm like throwing trip mine grenades at fucking objects. At least they actually detonated and I didn't have to like shoot them. Oh, it's a big poop. Hive poop. Whoa, dude, they teach me how to use super now. Wow. This is terrible. That just reminded me of like a core memory. There is this spot on Pacifica where you could like launch yourself across the map by using World Line Zero like heavy attack or something, while simultaneously popping your super, and it would like launch you like the way that it does when people do like well skating, but you would be in your like 6-shot golden gun. And if you got the spawns to like line up correctly, you could basically like launch yourself at like Mach speed and then like kill the whole team with golden gun. Not shoot your trip mines anymore? They actually ruined the video game. You can't shoot your own trip mines anymore.
What if your home could do more? With a home equity loan or line of credit from TLC Community Credit Union, it can. Renovate your kitchen, make a big purchase, handle life surprises.
It's probably like one of the coolest things that I've seen. Like, that's actually practical, but very difficult to consistently achieve. Like, someone goes behind cover, there's no adjacent walls that you can, like, put trip mine on. So what you do is you just throw the trip mine over the piece of cover and shoot it as it passes over them. And clean them up. That was a skill that, somebody named MnK spent a lot of time, like, perfecting. He's been making YouTube content since Destiny 1. Maybe it's just this specific quest or something, but, like, I don't understand. You should be able to shoot your own trip mines no matter what. Yeah, something like that. It's pretty hard. Why are you lying right now? That's crazy. Imagine. Can't believe you. Can't believe you've done this. Wow. You block for them with your overshield. Are you gonna, like, record it and, like, sell it? Or what? W? W? That's why. I guess. I figured out what my problem was. Like, when I did this, I just did, like, the bare minimum and then just, like, left the Cosmodrome. I didn't interact with the thing that automatically skips every single new, like, quest.
The last survivors of humanity's collapse call the city home.
Oh my god, an unskippable cutscene.
This is why I brought you back. To defend them. And to reclaim our lost worlds. We're here.
Back with face, blame healer. This is the way.
Welcome home.
I would do it. I would block so much that I don't have stamina to keep blocking. Because I'd block stuff that isn't even worth blocking. Like, you're supposed to just move out of the way, but like, whatever. I started using, what's that thing called? The Provoking Roar, like, Greatsword? I started using it for that dungeon, and it gets it to where, the boss never picks me for the mechanic, and then it never goes after all of the other people that are, like, encased, so you don't even have to push them anywhere, really. I mean, people still do, but I just stand there and I block until my stamina runs out, and then I start walking out of the way of the attack. And the thing I actually have the most trouble with is people not pushing the enemies into the area so that they chain to the thing, to the mechanic. Because the chain hook nerf is pretty insane, and it binds them afterwards, so they can't move for a couple of seconds. So yeah, you can't. These what it is. Yeah, that was one of the other things that made me start like losing interest in the game pretty quick, is the disrespect of putting that item at like a 1 in 100 and something thousand drop rate. That's egregious. The necklace. There's a necklace and a ring that have like a 1 in 110 something thousand drop rate. I would have been fine with it being the same as the one cape. It was like a 1 in 10,000. That's 1 in 10,000 is okay. Yeah. It's definitely worth it at 30. It's definitely worth it at 30. That's actually like a real price rather than just super inflated. Like if I cared enough and had the money for it, I would pay somewhere between like 30 to 50 for it. But it would also determine, like, it would depend on like circumstance. If I'm not in a competitive guild, there's no point. Like, it doesn't actually matter if I have the item or not. But if I am, then it does actually matter. So it's all like circumstance. But at this point, the way that the game plays and the gameplay loop and the developers' incompetence, I don't find that being in a comp guild and not being able to play other games is a good trade-off. The game could be that good, but it's not, and it probably never will be. So just is what it is. Very hit and miss on enjoyment. What? That would never happen. They're just making stuff up. Definitely. Yep. How dare you? How dare you? Yikes. Be out there with a fucking, like, fucking ruler. Like, got a ruler. Gotta make sure they don't go past, like, this many millimeter. Yeah, long nails are pretty fire. Look at the Guinness World Book of Record holder. Pretty insane. Dude, they get so long that they start curving, and they just continuously curve and curve and curve. They look like some shit coming out of, like, Rolk. Like the weird bosses, like Rolk and the other ones with the, like, I don't know what to call it, but, like, the iridescent bullshit. Yeah, I just couldn't think of. I don't know what it's called. It's called something. Dude. I want to use like a solar weapon, but I don't know what to use. Like what I want to use, I don't think it's obtainable anymore. Igneous hammer. I don't think it's obtainable anymore. Shout out to Ignorant Hammer for real. Favorite gun that I hate. Ignorant Hammer and conditional finality to go make brain dead plays and then be mad. I bonked my head off ceiling. I got killed by ability. He didn't let me shotgun him. Grr. Yeah, I'm just gonna use Now Forgotten. It's just I only really like using it on Warlock because it has really bad handling. Not Forgotten. It only has like 25 handling, and it's a precision frame. I don't really want to use precision frame right now.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $159. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate at Lowe's.com for details.
Control. Hey, this is Seth Free. Counting my buck. Make sure to check out the worship songs for sleep.
Move in and take those guns. They are your life.
Zone C captured. Enemy claims Zone B.
What's up, bullshit? You can't shoot your fucking trip mines anymore. I just went to go test it, and wow. Nope. It probably was easier for them to disable the ability to do that rather than continue dealing with a bug. It's probably had some sort of interaction with a game-breaking bug like Telesta.
Zone A captured. You have zone advantage. Zone C lost.
Still makes me like mad that you can't break the bolts anymore, because it restricts your ability to react to playing the game. Tesla's really cool because it had no damage fall off.
That's a power play. Now hold. Zone A lost. Zone C.
I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe. Yeah, at that point, there's no point in having multiple characters.
They just took the lead.
Have all your characters here. Also, you can only get stuff on one character. Just kidding, you can't get stuff on one character because we have stupid rules. I'm not a fucking challenge or... Okay, she's just gonna stand there.
Zone B lost.
That's a power play. You took them, now hold. Well fought victory.
Ah!
Zone control. Targets eliminated. Nice work.
So, color.
And now for a quick pump-up speech between your pump-up playlist. Listen up. You're not here to dilly-dally. You're here to make this gym your gym. To make treadmill trim. Strike fear into the hearts of dumbbells. To engage your core, your glutes, your bis and your tris. And while you're flexing your quads, you could be flexing your savings by switching to Geico. Saving about $900 is so easy. You could do it between sets. Now dig deep.
It feels good to make gains. It feels good to Geico.
Snack time? Get-ems from Gerber always wins. Now introducing Squeezies, 2-in-1 snack pouches made with real fruits and veggies that parents can feel good about. Squeeze them on the go like a smoothie, or freeze it, flip it, and it becomes an ice pop. 2 ways to snack that moms and kids agree on. Whoa! Find Squeezies with other kids' snacks in the baby aisle. Tap the banner to buy now.
Hi, this is Peter Frampton. My brand new album, Carry the Light, is out now. It's my first album of original songs in over 16 years and features collaborations with my friends Sheryl Crow, Tom Morello, Bill Evans, Her, Graham Nash, and Ben Montench. Listen to it now on Spotify.
Okay. Well, feel better. Have a good night. Yikes.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. Enemy has zone advantage. Shut the enemy down. Zone C captured. You have advantage.
Caller 1.
5 minutes. Zone A lost. They have advantage.
Congrats. Start calling now. Get any look for every occasion in the warehouse.
Zone B captured. You have advantage.
You said this place was steps from the water.
We just haven't found the steps yet.
How much did we save?
Enough.
Enough to get lost?
Or you could book a stay with Hilton.
Welcome to your oceanfront room. Just steps from the water.
The Hilton sale is on now. Book on Hilton.com or the Hilton app and save up to 20% to get the stay you expected. When you want savings, not surprises, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
And now for a quick pump-up speech between your pump-up playlist. Listen up. You're not here to dilly-dally. You're here to make this gym your gym. To make treadmills tremble. Strike fear into the hearts of dumbbells. To engage your core, your glutes, your bis and your tris. And while you're flexing your quads, you could be flexing your savings by switching to Geico. Saving about $900 is so easy. You could do it between sets. Now dig deep.
It feels good to make gains. It feels good to Geico.
We're leaving today and entering a world of Space Mountain launching, the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror dropping, Banshee flying, world of other worlds. For whatever you love, infinite worlds await at the most magical place on Earth, Walt Disney World Resort.
That was a pretty decent run. Respawning C still. I guess one person flipped. I overpeaked that pretty significantly. I exposed too much of my body, and I peaked too many times in a row. It's unfortunate. It's a bad read.
The Cliff brand brings you the following message. Another ad for worst possible timing. Sorry about that, especially if you're in the middle of working out. Actually, so sorry, I'd like to make it up to you. So use code CliffFuel25 for 25% off participating Cliff Bars, made with a delicious mix of energy-sustaining protein and organic oats.
You had to jump slightly sooner so I didn't get melee.
Cliff, raise your bar. Offer valid on
Just got hit by like smoke.
What if your home could do more? With a home equity loan or line of credit from TLC Community Credit Union, it can. Renovate your kitchen, make a big purchase, handle life surprises, let your home's value work for you with competitive rates and local lending you can trust. Unlock what's possible at tlccu.org. TLC Community Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. NMLS 40178.
Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. I could not ask for a better victory.
That was unfortunate. I got chimpanzeed.
Enemy has stolen bomb. Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Her flank was a pretty good one. See if I can get this in time. Nice. I'm sure how far that goes. bad peak, but I would have gotten mated anyway.
Your victory gives us to be hope, God.
Play maybe like one more game on Hunter. Don't really like to play Hunter. Just it's good to be well-rounded with the like 3 characters, I guess, and I guess the playstyles or whatever. It's nice to be able to take radar away and do some like radar manipulation. Actually, I'm just gonna swap back to Titan now. Just have to remember how. Character.
And now for a quick pump-up speech between your pump-up playlist. Listen up. You're not here to dilly-dally. You're here to make this gym your gym. To make treadmills tremble. Strike fear into the hearts of dumbbells. To engage your core, your glutes, your bis and your tris. And while you're flexing your quads, you could be flexing your savings by switching to Geico. Saving about $900 is so easy. You could do it between sets. Now dig deep.
It feels good to make gains. It feels good to Geico.
2 guys drove to work. Neither guy wore a seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. The same 2 guys drove home. One guy wore a seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. The guy not wearing his seatbelt didn't. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA.
What if your home could do more? With a home equity loan or line of credit from TLC Community Credit Union, it can. Renovate your kitchen, make a big purchase, handle life surprises. Let your home's value work for you with competitive rates and local lending you can trust. Unlock what's possible at tlccu.org. TLC Community Credit Union. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 401781.
I need to plug my headset in. Keeps beeping at me. Really bad with SMGs, but my tracking with mouse and keyboard is just very bad. Socks are feet gloves. Interesting. Hello, Twagun. I think that's how you say your name. Have we met before, or? This will be interesting map for SMG. Should work pretty well on the inside. It's just a lot of engagement stretched further out, and I guess optimal range of this weapon. Not really sure when this weapon starts having damage fall off and whatnot. D2 Foundry isn't up right now. Oops. We're gonna end up pushing anyway, so that need doesn't really matter. One's gonna push over there. I don't think D2 Gunsmith is gonna show me anything in terms of like damage fall off and whatnot. Maybe if I check like, wait, GG. Kind of robbed right there.
That's a wrap. There's many words for cash, no doubt, but there's only one $30 cash word. Check it out. Cash word from Ohio Lottery. It's $30, yo. Cash word is fun, though, with million prizes. Don't you know? Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws. Play responsibly.
Zone advantage is yours.
Too many there.
Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at infinityusa.com. 2027 QX65
Got like small bore.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Mike's Hard Lemonade Lemons.
I'm Sunny, a powerhouse of full-bodied bite.
I'm Tina, ready to bring the zesty zaza zing.
I'm Cal, fresher than a
Almost. It's like I think a max range like tier 5 should be like 20-meter fall off. Yeah, that's like the upgraded version. So like small bore, the TTK shift thingy, like magazine thing, range masterwork, range mod. $19.88. It's kind of crazy. I got hit by too many different like weird things.
Hold strong. Zone A lost. Your enemy they have the lead. Now hold. Zone C lost. Keep the pressure on.
Ah, that's unfortunate. I think this is pretty close to like what I would want anyway. I probably want this to be like range master, and then this one, I want the overclock. It increases the impact by 5 and only makes the cooling, the heat generated thing, like only 2 worse. Or something like relatively close to that. Let's see, by default it has cooling efficiency of 20. And then the heat generated. So let's see, heat generated is 18, cooling efficiency is 20. Overclock heatsink makes efficiency 2 worse. And that's it. But gives 5 extra impact and 2 extra handling. Guess I can try to hold this positioning. Sheesh! Hit like almost all a headshot with that Master of Arm 2 stacks. There's no way they walk into that. No. He have Fast Talker and then the other thing. The Helion.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, did you sell stuff from Brooklyn? Find it close. Build it.
Tuesdays call for cookouts and lots of fun. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on Charbroil Performance Series 4 burner gas grill. Now just $199.
Gotta grab the special. They're on A. So I'm gonna go for a snipe here. I got the body shot. I'm gonna reload. Kinda. Should get one kill. There's a guy like right there. There's two. Wait for my house. They should still be kind of over there. Sorry, I have PTSD from Arbalist. That's rude. I think that was actually a pretty good match. I had some like relatively good recoil control and stuff. 31 defeated. Nice. This guy got a wheel in the middle. Nice. Go ahead and clip that. I'll be back in a sec. Alright. Can't challenge anything else there. I'm gonna go for the inside. Look at that, good lightning in there. Be careful about overcommitting to that backside angle. I'm sorry, I'll put barricade for this. Grab this heavy. Looks like the spawn slips, so just gonna hold a crouch here. Now there's one back there as well, unless he just died. The situation was relatively awkward. So at least two there, probably three. See, one, two. I was gonna walk back and try to shoot underneath, but someone came to my right side. We have poor B map control, at least at that specific point in time. Heavy's up in like 10, 12 seconds. I have a barricade for it, but I don't think anyone's gonna challenge. Not really interested in using heavy, so I'm just gonna spam all of it.
Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 4017181.
Lightning to cover my back. Didn't quite do what I needed to in time.
You know the importance of eye injections to preserve your vision, but keeping up with frequent injections.
There's a guy somewhere to the right of where heavy is, roughly.
Way to maintain your vision, while potentially
That's more than one, that's at least two. That's really unfortunate. Looks like I'm lagging a little bit. Our whole team just died, so to be careful. mostly play the way that I do on this map because of where heavy spawns. I just like to kind of hang out on this inside. It's a decent crouch strafe, not the best. I'm actually just gonna wait for this. Go for a side snipe towards the spawn. I'm not very good, so that's expected. It's really unfortunate. It's a very good vortex grenade right there. Well, we did try. Wasn't a terrible game for me. I think it was decent.
control. Take those zones back. Victory belongs to us. Zone C captured. Enemy claims Zone A. Zone A captured. You have advised. Zone C lost. Zone C. Zone advantage is yours. Fought like a titan of the first pillar.
Interesting. It's like a little adjustments. I don't know. I just can't do them, I guess. Not yet, anyway.
Zone B lost. Power. Enemy has your zone.
think I just need to like use my wrist exclusively for those and just kind of tweak the mouse ever so slightly. This goes underneath to the right. Okay, you just died. Getting stuck. I should have used it while I was behind cover. LMG? Okay.
One final push and victory is yours. Zone C captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Victory well executed. Impressive. You could give the Red Jacks a lesson in territory control.
Okay. Need more time. I'm gonna take a break from using sniper and SMG for now. We'll save it to this thingy. Let's see, what do I want to use? Maybe like duality Washinger. So first I'll switch to this. I used to use duality and Ostringer religiously. So I get out of that matchmaking group. Try to find like a new lobby. What did I get on this? Subsistence incandescent, neat for PV. Extended barrel, it's a handling masterwork to offset the handling reduction. Lone wolf and desperate measure. This is actually pretty interesting. As I'm on fluid dynamic. Interesting. Trying to see.
how to fight. claimed Zone C.
That's unfortunate. So you get for killing me, it's heavy, man. Sorry, I didn't know anyone joined, because I'm streaming, so yeah, like Discord, or I guess Streamlab, like, mutes all of my, like, notification audio sort of stuff. I haven't really streamed on PC before, so I haven't, like, I've done it a couple times over the last couple of days, but before that, not really at all, so I'm not sure what's, like, you know, all the different, like, audio settings and whatnot. What's up? Yeah, has been. This is Phoenix, right? I had to think for a second. Couldn't remember the exact name. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. It's not very common. It's just like an out there name, I guess. Yeah, usually people just have like a one-word name or something like so obscure that it's like hard to remember it, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I played like after Monster Hunter, I couldn't really figure out like what to play. Oh yeah, I did try that. The problem I had with it is I had already started playing like mouse and keyboard almost like 99% of the time by the time that game came out, and it didn't properly support mouse and keyboard on console, so I just like it made me not want to play it at all. Because I was still like relatively new to mouse and keyboard, so I wanted to try to maintain all of the like muscle memory of like remembering where all the keys are and like keeping up on that. And the fact that I had to use a controller just made me angry. Yeah, after like it just became so hard to find people to play with consistently that actually cared about Monster Hunter, so made me not really want to continue playing, just to hunt by myself most of the time. So I started looking for other stuff to play, and then I found Throne and Liberty, which is a Korean MMO. And I played that for probably like 6 months or so. I played a little bit of World of Warcraft, which was pretty fun. Never had the opportunity to play it before, because I was on console. Yeah, I thought about playing League, but I don't know. MOBAs are just kind of weird. MOBAs, like the genre game.
Take the zone. Zone C captured. Enemy claimed Zone A.
Yeah, I think it's like stands for like multiplayer online battle arena. And they usually have some sort of like hero oriented like combat thing. So like they have legends, which are basically just a bunch of different characters. Yeah. That's why I'm like never online anymore. Yeah, I thought you were already in it. So he sent you like an invite or whatever. Oh, nice. I'm always happy to like hang out and talk and stuff. Over the next couple of months, I'm probably gonna only really be playing Destiny 2. They just announced the end of like live maintenance, live support, whatever. That's happening on like June 9th. They're gonna like balance any of the stuff that they like add to it from whatever comes of that to make sure that it's relatively balanced and stays in a playable state the same way like Destiny 1 was. Destiny 1 definitely doesn't have like a good like end of life like meta. Like it's a pretty terrible. But it's still playable. Like you can still go in and play it, and it hasn't gotten any updates since like 2017 or something. Yeah. Destiny 1 was like 12 years ago, and it only lasted for like 3 years, so it's been... Maybe my timeline is a little bit off, but yeah, it's been a pretty long time. But people are still playing it. It's actually gotten a pretty big like resurgence in players after Destiny 2. Just there wasn't as much stuff to do, and it got kind of stale. People started going back to Destiny 1. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna, after this, like, June 9th thing, probably sometime in, like, July, like, maybe a month or two, after the dust kind of settles, and whatnot, I'm probably gonna be playing Destiny 1 again. I wanna wait a little while, cause, like, Destiny 2, it's gonna hit, like, a big peak of players from this update, and then it's gonna kind of dwindle over time, and I don't want to start fucking around with Destiny 1 before that point. Because then it's like I'm kind of like wasting my last opportunity of having like a healthy population. Just having like a good amount of people that are, you know, actively playing the game. I play a lot of PvP, so player base, like player count is important for, you know, getting matches within like 2 minutes or so, and not matching the same people every match and stuff like that. Other thing too is like when you go to queue for a match, like, and the match finishes, like if you don't, like, what I'll do is I'll cancel matchmaking and then I'll queue for it again. Otherwise, it'll, like, for all the people that didn't back out of matchmaking, it'll just keep running the same people over and over. Yeah, I usually just do it because it's like more fresh. Like it's a more dynamic experience if you're playing against different people. They have different play styles, their brains function differently, etc. So it's just a more dynamic experience. Yeah, I played it as like basically the only game I played for like 6 years straight. That's actually why I didn't play Monster Hunter when it came out and stuff. I played it for about 5 hours, and I knew from playing Monster Hunter and just kind of like looking at the way that the game worked and the systems and everything that it was a game that deserved like time commitment to like really get the most out of the game. And so I just stopped playing it because I knew that I wasn't willing to do that. And then I, you know, came back to it like 4 years later and played it for 2,000 hours straight. Which is just proof of concept. Like, I knew what I was talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it was like 2,000, maybe closer to like 2,500 of it being like the primary game that I played. How so? Yeah, that's like how I try to play games, I guess. I like absorbing as much information as possible and like trying to figure out the best way to like utilize information, like continuously improve on basically anything I'm doing. And that like that's how I find enjoyment out of playing games, by putting a lot of effort into it. So it's even to the point where like with a lot of games, like if there isn't that level of depth and the ability to like quote unquote master something, I'll lose interest in it because it's not complex enough. Yeah. A lot of that is just the game developers, like the onboarding experience of like the difficulty slope, I guess. Where it's like not too easy, but it is like punishing, but it's not like we're just gonna slam your head into the ground and maybe the concussion will teach you like what we should have taught you. I'm sure. Forgot to use my super. Oh well, doesn't matter. Yeah, they tell us about like one of the hardest things I've ever done in gaming. I don't Yeah, I still haven't managed to do a solo run. I didn't put enough time into it. I also get like a lot of anxiety. So it like my reaction time and stuff gets decreased pretty significantly. And I can't, my brain can't register like what I'm doing. It just takes repetition until it becomes like, it's almost like you become so familiar with it that it's not, your brain like slows it down to where it's in like a digestible speed, even though you might be doing something that's really fast paced. Like in I think Dark Souls 3 in the one of the DLCs, there's this dragon called Midir, and it is considered one of the more difficult fights in any of the Souls games. And when you're learning it and trying to understand like what to do and how to react to stuff, it seems like the boss is very aggressive and is very fast and stuff. But once you start understanding the tells of it's gonna do this, it's gonna do that, it's almost like you're watching it in slow motion. Like it's so easy. It's like this isn't hard. It never was hard. I just didn't understand what to even look for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's really crazy. There's some fights like that in Bloodborne as well. Like some like very very fast-paced bosses. I think there's this one, her name's Maria. And yeah, she's so fast. Oh, and in Dark Souls 3 again, there's fuck, what's her name? Fried? Yeah, Sister Frida. That dude, the third phase of that fight is actually insane. Like so fucking crazy. She's a psychopath. You have to like fight her by herself until she's like 50%. Then her and her fucking dad or whatever want to fucking kill you, and then you're like, I killed both of them, and then she's like, hold up, this is my anime arc. It's like, no, bitch, go back into the ground. The other thing that's kind of crazy is the way that DLC scales, like like I guess like the level of your character and when you're supposed to kind of go into the DLC. It all scales relatively well until you get to the boss, and then it's like you're essentially supposed to be like maybe 20 to 30 levels higher with like more points into like health and stuff. It's like I think it's pretty easy to go in there when you're maybe like 30 or 40, but the boss, like her as a boss, like that third phase feels more like 70, 80. Yeah, it's mostly just like the amount of like health that you have. It's a lot harder because you get punished so much more for your mistakes.
Control.
Yeah. For me, I guess it was just like really good thing that I don't know. I've always really liked parrying, and I think from playing Dark Souls 1 a lot, I got relatively good at it. Um, so I would just stand there and parry Pontiff with a Hornet Ring and just crit him to death.
Enemy claims Zone C. Zone A captured.
Oh yeah, that's how you're supposed to basically fight him. Yeah, it's actually a really big disappointment of the game as a whole. Like, it made the ending of the game very anticlimactic. Yeah. I know I like logged into the game a long while ago, and I couldn't like figure out like why I couldn't like get away from him. And it's because like you can't really run away from bosses while you're like locked onto them. It's like to disengage and like heal and stuff, you have to like stop locking on. And I didn't fucking remember that. So I'm like, okay, so this guy's just fucking impossible. Like I'm just not allowed to do anything. Like, and I didn't understand how I did it in the first place because I'd been a couple of years. It's like I can't run away. Like where you like press and hold like sprint and like just run away. But Dark Souls 1, your movement is limited so much when you're like locked onto an enemy. There's just a lot of like stuff that's just different and more clunky to it that you don't remember until you know, go back and try to play it again. You just get so used to it that you forget. And you don't realize stuff as much until you or appreciate it until you like go back and then like revisit it. Like in Dark Souls 1, I played the game most of the time like not locked on at all. But in Dark Souls 3, you lock on like you can lock on pretty much like all the time. It's all about how you play too. Like I do a lot of like diagonal rolling and stuff, and you can't diagonal roll while you're locked on in Dark Souls 1. It's literally not possible. It just doesn't let you. Cause then like out of the roll, then you just like continue like sidestepping or something. It gives you like I guess more space to try to move out of the way of being able to be hit in the first place. Like instead of trying to evade the attack, you're evading the attack and then making it so that the next attack like cannot hit you. Dark Souls 2 is kind of like that as well. I played it the first time for like a couple hours and then I hated it, so I stopped playing. Because the iframes that you get by default are the equivalent of like Dark Souls 3 fat rolling. So rolling felt really bad. And so I just stopped playing it. But after I ended up coming back to it like, later on and deciding I'd play the game at least half the way through or something like that before I really decided or really had an opinion, like giving it a fair shot. The game is very special in its own right, I guess. And it's definitely worth experiencing in its entirety. That's why it ends up becoming some of people's like favorite Souls game of all time. It's an amazing game. It's just different.
This war is for territory. One that you can win. Fight another.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really, really good Souls game. It has like aspects of it that are, you know, worse, aspects of it that are better. Certain things like the bonfire aesthetic, I think it's called, that lets you level up areas into New Game Plus to fully respawn all the enemies. It's really cool. Being able to have like an attrition style playstyle of killing an enemy like I think it's 7 or 8 times and then it doesn't respawn anymore. Like stuff like that. And then doing that bonfire aesthetic actually respawns the boss of the area as well. There's this like one specific farm area where there's like these illusion places that you can go. They're like illusion bosses inside of these trees. So you go inside the tree, it takes you to a different realm. You do that. There's one there's a specific weapon that you would use that could like pretty consistently kill him. Because you would hit his legs repeatedly with it and he would fall down for riposte. So even though your damage ended up being bad, like the weapon was just really good for him. And you would just farm him over and over and it would give you a boss soul and you would do that pretty much for like leveling, like when you're just trying to cram as many souls as possible. Can't remember all the specifics, but something you do more so when you're on multiple like subsequent runs and you're just trying to get to certain like breakpoints or iron your character out. Like when you want to have a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of dex, a certain amount of iframe, a certain amount of health, stuff like that. And you want to make sure that you're hitting to like a certain threshold. Because there's like soft caps and more so like almost like hard caps with different stat things. Yeah. It was like 40, it's usually like 40 or 50 for endurance oriented stuff. And then you take it higher to increase like equipment load. It changes based off of the title. I think in Dark Souls 3 it was tied to your health stat, whereas it was tied to stamina or endurance in Dark Souls 1. I sent you a link of my stream on YouTube if you're ever want to watch or whatever. Still pretty bad at this game because I've never played Destiny on mouse and keyboard before like a month ago. I spent like 7,000 hours playing exclusively with a controller. So, and I don't really have that much like first-person shooter experience on mouse and keyboard, so I'm still learning a lot about aiming and all that sort of stuff. So, pretty horrible to get used to. Yeah. The thing I've been struggling with the most is like learning how to make decisions like in the moment of like, because you kind of do it subconsciously, like how you go between using your arm and your wrist and like tensing up your hand and all that sort of stuff. And it's like you can't. It's just you learn over time, and you can try to improve it over time with aim training and stuff once you kind of start plateauing. But I don't know. I don't use my wrists enough, and causes me to like overcorrect my aim and whatnot. It's like I'll shoot someone 2 times, and then I'll decide randomly that my arm should move, even though it should not move. And then they don't die.
Zone B lost. Strength in numbers, guys. Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to play Rainbow a lot on controller. I just kind of stopped because so many people were using Zim and stuff to play mouse and keyboard. Like even in fucking gold rank, dude. Like once I got to gold, I started to notice like at least like 1 person cheating per match. And like mouse and keyboard isn't properly supported on, like even when the game supports it, the console itself doesn't fully support it. Like you don't get the intricacies of your software and all that sort of stuff. So like with my mouse, I've noticed from whether I have to like fully disable the software or not, like you can go in and like close it so that it's not actively doing anything with your mouse. There's like inconsistencies and like a little bit of stuttering here and there, and the software seems to kind of like keep everything in check. Like it's constantly sending information to keep everything in check. That's what I've noticed anyway. You have your like minimized like control thing, like in the bottom right corner, and you can like close those applications. That's what I mean, like basically like fully closing the application of like the mouse software. And the mouse runs like, it almost feels like it has like delay. The DPI doesn't even feel right. Like 1200 DPI or whatever. Yeah, it feels terrible. Like actually terrible. And that's why like the people using Zim and stuff, they play like, like 3000 DPI. And there's all those like micro stutters. That's how you can tell that they're using it. Because of all the micro stuttering. Like they try to make a tiny little adjustment and it looks like they're having a seizure. That's how I was able to like identify it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see until they start adding like the replay stuff, but you could see that your teammates were cheating. When you like, what's the word? Like, spectate them? Yeah. I've been looking into like different stuff just about aiming, trying to like understand how it works more. And I found like when you go, like say there's like a doorway and then like another doorway, and you like flick quickly from the one doorway to the other one, the way that you're like able to do it quickly is by tensing your body. So it could be you're tensing your fingers, you're tensing like your palm or like your knuckles, or you're tensing your wrist or your arm, like any one of those things. And when you do that for like a prolonged period of time, it has like a limit of how much it can tense before it just needs to release. It's getting like fatigued. It's like exercising it. And so when you do a flick like really fast, say you do it too fast, you exert too much tension, your ability to make these like stable, controlled movements with your, you know, your arm or whatever, is limited like pretty significantly. So that's why like, say you do like a 180, like you just turn around instantly, and then you like, then your reticle is like not on someone, so you need to like flick to where they are. You've exerted like most of your, whatever you want to call it, and you can't like properly like track this person now because you're too wound up. So I found like from watching some people are a lot better at like aiming and stuff. Instead of flicking all the way to people, they'll flick maybe like 85% of the way to them and then like ease into it and give themselves time to kind of like recover from those motions, I guess. And there was this one girl, I was like, she made a whole video on it, and she was comparing like her old footage where she would, you know, like flick to someone, miss the initial shot, try to correct, and she's just very shaky. And what she found is that you essentially have like stamina to these different parts of your arm. And the way that she kind of became more controlled and whatever is she started tensing up different parts of her body and like using them independently of each other to be able to get that high acceleration, but then like a lot of that control. So it's like you tense your forearm to do a flick so that it keeps your wrists relaxed so that you can use your wrists to make the minute like adjustments and stuff. I thought that was like really, really interesting. I like tensing your fingers and stuff, like how you have like your, I don't know, like your ring finger and your pinky that you aren't really using. Like you can tense those on the side of the mouse to give yourself that more like rigid snappiness, and then use your wrists that isn't tired. I thought that was so fucking interesting that you can like, you work on it consciously until you don't have to think about it anymore, you know? Yeah. Yeah, fingertip grip is like really, really, really good for making tiny little adjustments. And there's some people, they literally change their grip while they're actively playing. Like they'll go from like a fingertip grip into like a claw grip for better like tracking. Or they'll go from like a more ergonomic grip, like with your palm on it, and then, you know, they'll lift the back of their hand up off of the mouse and switch to like fingertip. And they'll utilize like 2 or 3 different grips, like based off of what they specifically need for whatever the hell they're doing, you know, based off of how far away they are from someone, based off of, like what weapon they're using. So fascinating. There's this guy that I've watched for a pretty long time, and I was asking him about different grips and stuff, and he's like, there isn't a best grip. Like, you should utilize all of them in some sort of fashion. Like, it could be, you know, somebody is within a certain amount of distance of you, and depends on like what weapon you're using, whether it's tracking or flicking type of weapon. You go back into cover, you know, so that you're not in danger, and you might adjust the way that you're gripping the mouse slightly to get better control over how you're going to take that engagement. It's kind of crazy how much depth there is to all these different things that you just, when you don't know, you just don't know. It's like it doesn't even exist. But when you do like learn about this, all these like different things, and you start trying to like implement them or like learn them, changes the way that you think.
Enemy has your zone. I've seen enough. I'm calling. It's locked and fight again. You eat monsters for breakfast. You can win a battle for territory. Again.
I wonder how long it's gonna take me to get like my aim similar to like how good it was with controller. Like even like 70% of the way there. It's only been like maybe close to 2 months now that I've been like actively working on it. In Destiny, a lot of it is like I mostly use like Hankins, which are like single shot, whatever. They're like pistols, but yeah. What you kind of do is you use cover and you go back into cover in between the individual shots to allow the like frame of the weapon to kind of reset. You also do use the right stick to kind of pull down to counteract the recoil. And then you want to make sure that you're always moving your left stick for like rotational aim assist so that it kind of helps the gun model follow them to an extent. So it's like the right stick is for getting on target initially, then you kind of continuously make sure that you're moving to kind of keep it towards them. It's not perfect, but it's relatively good. And then just like controlling recoil and trying to like pace your shots. It's like if a gun shoots at 140 rounds per minute, that doesn't mean that you should just slam the trigger as hard as and fast as you can. Because let's say instead of killing someone in 3 bullets, you take 4 or you take 5. That takes significantly longer to kill them than if you just slowed the fire rate down to like 120 or 130. It's just something that you kind of just do in the moment. And just about like forming good habits and stuff. But hand cannons are like one of the strongest weapon types in Destiny as a whole because of that like ability to peek shoot. And like if someone has an auto rifle or an assault rifle, whatever, and their time to kill is like maybe 0.2 seconds faster than yours, if you can dictate the pace of the fight, doesn't matter what their time to kill is. Yeah, there's nothing like it. Closest thing I can even think of is like the wingman from Titanfall and Apex. Shares the same like strengths and weaknesses for the most part. Other than the fact that you can hip fire the wingman like very accurately. Yeah. And like June 9th, they're gonna be combining all of the like DLC content and everything into a single bundle and doing like a markdown. So I don't know. I think might be worth like trying out Destiny again. Maybe getting back into it a little bit before then, and maybe getting the content, giving the game its good send off. I was happy to play with people. Now I'll play this game by myself, but obviously it's always nicer with other people to play with. Luckily too, since the game is a bit older, even though it has had like graphic updates and stuff like that, the game isn't very demanding like PC spec wise.
Control.
Oh yeah. It's like 140 or 150.
And hold them to your last breath.
Yeah, I have like a 500 terabyte SSD, or not terabyte, gigabyte SSD, and I only have 2 games on it. Just Destiny and Thin Liberty. And then like Windows and everything else. Maybe like 50 or 60. Nah, it's probably like more like 80. I don't remember exactly.
Enemy claims zone B.
I'd have to check. Yeah, it's a live service MMO, so it's definitely not small. It's nice being able to fucking shoot someone and start like walking and like turn completely 180 degrees. It's like you shoot, go 180, and then fucking slide away. I know some people, they have enough like space on their desk and everything. They'll like shoot at somebody, then they'll 180 slide, and then while they're in the slide, they'll 180 back to them and shoot them while sliding backwards.
Zone C captured. You have zone advantage.
That's something that more like high level players do.
Zone A lost.
It requires a lot of mouse space or like a lot higher like DPI or sense. I play on like 800 DPI with 6 sensitivity. Or 8. Yeah, I think it's 8. I would have lower. I would play like 6 or 5, but I have a full-size keyboard, so I'll end up slamming the side of my keyboard. I need to get like a 75% keyboard at some point. Yeah, I would use 100% for like schoolwork, office work, stuff like that. The number pad is, I like having it, but it's not something I want to utilize all the time, or very much at all. Yeah. And if you play like a higher sensitivity, it doesn't end up really mattering at all. But I need to move my mouse like 4 to 5 inches to, you know, turn around. I like having, you know, being able to actually utilize like the arm and stuff to make like more precise movements. There's like the high sense, high DPI, whatever you want to call it, that use their wrist a lot. And then there's like the arm aimers that use their arm and low sensitivity / DPI. And I broke my arm a long time ago, so it's using my wrists too much is like pretty painful for me. From like scar tissue and stuff. So unless I'm like aiming and shooting at someone, like I'm not using my wrist at all. Yeah, and if you play a lot, you'll notice like fatigue. Like you'll definitely like speed up the process of like overworking your tendons and ligaments and stuff. So it'll cause a lot of discomfort, and then you do that too much for too long, you'll get stuff like tendonitis, carpal tunnel, and then depending on how much you overdo it, you might not be able to like play for that long in the first place. Like say you want to play for like 3-4 hours, something like that. Like you'll get so much inflammation in your like wrists that it negatively impacts your ability to play for any long period of time. Like you can, but like you can't, if that makes sense. It hurts, you can't, perform the way that you want to. Yeah, I know this guy who used to play at like a semi-competitive level in Halo, and he has tendonitis for the rest of his life from playing Halo for like, a decade. 10, 12 hours a day. Yeah, now he has to do like stretching and pacing himself, and sometimes not playing for several days because he needs to just let his tendons and all that shit, like, chill out.
Zone C lost. It's a power play. Get those zones back. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone B lost. Shut the enemy down.
Poor guy.
Minute left.
So the little guy with the primary, like, stop shooting rocket launcher at me.
Pushing for victory.
God damn it.
30 seconds. Ten seconds. Try this long and fight again. This war is for territory. One that you can win. Fight another.
He's narcoleptic, don't mind him. Just don't. Bed is bad for you? The What the fuck? All the recent reviews of Iceborne on PC are negative. Yeah, it's like 25. So like 36% of the 25 users in the last 30 days are positive. So that's like 74% negative. Yeah. Does this DLC really cost fucking $40? But there's a bundle that's $50. That's just like the digital deluxe. Master Edition Digital Deluxe. Oh my god. I It includes the Monster Hunter World Iceborne, Monster Hunter Iceborne Digital Deluxe. Okay, so there is no like Yeah. I mean, there's like a Master Edition, Deluxe, whatever, that's like 70. That includes both of them, so that you don't have to pay like 80 something. So I guess it saves you some money. Oh, I can just download it from Frost off Steam, because he's never gonna play it. Huh? No. Yeah, but do you even have the DLC though? The DLC might not even be shared through this family sharing stuff anyway. Manage my DLC. Well, it does show that there's like a checkbox that gets installed. I don't have enough room on any of my drives. Oh.
Means no victory. Take them and crush your enemies.
This game's bad. You're supposed to tenderize. You're supposed to like tenderize stuff, and I don't like that because it's a bad mechanic. Yeah. And tell him and his bleached hair that he's garbage. I saw a clip recently of some shady just rage baiting the shit out of a reporter. It's like, don't do drugs, drugs are bad, while being high as a kite. And he's like, well, you see, it's so that if they don't do any drugs, that's more drugs in the world for me. It's just so valid, dude. Like, drugs are bad, don't do drugs. They're terrible for you. Give me all of the drugs. There's a guy in my lobby, his name is Can God Hit the Gritty? I found, yeah, I found someone earlier too, he was like, socks are just feet gloves. It's such a, like, obscure name, you know? Please don't kill me. Ah! I hate Titan glaive builds so fucking much, man. I'll like shoot them like 2 times, like instinctively try to like melee. They've already hit me with one. They've already hit me with one melee or shot me with the glaive. I melee them and then I die because of their exotic gauntlets. Sounds pretty sick. That was pretty satisfying though, is throwing, shooting them in the face with duality. Stop running at me, you fucking chimpanzee. God fucking damn. Just wanna fucking run at me and punch me in the face. It's like 3 people on the other team's glaives. I fucking hate it here.
Zone A captured. Power play. Keep the pressure on. Zone B lost.
2 for 1.
Do you think playing Destiny 2 for like 12 hours a day is gonna give me carpal tunnel?
Zone A lost.
I should lower my sensitivity, huh?
Captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours.
No, I would, but I don't feel like tweaking my keyboard at like a obscene angle.
You took them. Now hold.
Wow. No. It's not fair. They hit me with bullets in my head over and over, and then I die.
Minutes. Hold strong, and this battle is yours. Zone C lost.
I don't know. 20 kill streak earlier. It's pretty cool, pretty nice.
You have advantage.
Can like feel myself improving.
Zone A lost.
First, we ran out of medals on mouse and keyboard. Might actually post the full game to YouTube or something. Oh, this poor guy. The guy that's been running at me with his glaive the whole match. He's in the super. He's like half health. I just shoot him in the face with the slug shotgun and he dies.
Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
They like one shot by shooting people in the head. No monkey. Get away from me. This guy is actually built like a fucking silverback gorilla.
You're almost there.
His shoulders are so fat.
Zone C lost.
You're a wall around those zones. Take that iron will beyond the crucible.
Here, let me check. I wouldn't mind trying Monster Hunter World on PC. I think it would be a much better experience. I mean, should be more than, yeah, should be more than enough. Yeah. What year did the game even come out in? Yeah, it's gonna probably say that you need like a fucking RTX 5080. Or not 5080. I meant 580. I was actually close. Well, not RTX, it's GTX 760. Or 1050. I'm guessing 1050 is like recommended. Yeah. For CPU, it's like Ryzen 3 1200 and GTX 1050. So I think I'm okay. Yeah. You could run it on a fucking toaster. You could run it on like a graphic design school laptop. Yeah, those sound like maybe like 2015 specs. So yeah, I should be able to run the game in like max graphics and get over 100 FPS. Alright, let's see what I get to delete. Frost, shut the fuck up. We don't care what you think. I know you hate the graphics. They're terrible. G game is unplayable. Wah 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 wah. I'm a big baby. My name's Frost. Unplayable graphics. You know, I'm uninstalling Marathon. I don't know. I've probably got like another 30 hours left of playtime. I probably have like another 30 hours of playtime in Marathon before I stop playing it. Yeah. I'm not gonna keep playing it after I've decided that I don't like it. That's the reason for playing it for, 50 hours or so. That's like the whole reason. Yeah. I'll have to see once there's like the mode that is a lot more PvP, and then maybe. Yeah, Frost, you can't go to bed yet. You have to wait until Cha joins the party. Yes. Yes. I reached out to him like yesterday or the day before. He switched to PC about 3 years ago. Well, he's on a laptop because he does a lot of traveling and stuff. And he said he mostly was playing like Valorant and COD. Yeah. Yeah. He told me like he kind of just after he like started working more and stuff and all that, didn't really have that much time to play. Then I think his dad or something like died like somewhat recently after that. He kind of just went into hiding. Yeah, you don't matter though, so. I remember like one of the last times I played with him, we were on this like map. I can't even remember the name of it because it got removed from the game that long ago. Fuck, what is it called? It's like a Cabal map or like Earth map, and it had maybe like Legion Folly, and it had these like little like Cabal launch thingies on each side. I think it's Legion Folly. Yeah, but he's running like a fucking shotgun and a sidearm, and I remember just making fun of him and calling him a chimp. Because he's just aping people with a shotgun and sidearm. Basically because of like the terminology that people would use for people running at them with the shotgun. But yeah, I think Chaw's gonna come back some and play Destiny. He's like he's downloading it tonight, I think. So he's gonna play now and then some after. And then I reached out to Potato as well. He said he'd be happy to come back. Yeah, somehow I round up fucking Sugma, Cha, and Potato in a matter of a couple days. After not talking to them for multiple years. Yeah, like more recently. That's what got me kind of into Destiny more recently. I hadn't really thought about it for quite a while, and then just had that idea. Now I want to die. I hope like we get like imagine if we hit like all-time peak that exceed like what it originally had, which is like 300,000 on Steam. Imagine like 500,000 people show up, and then like it actually maintains like somewhere around like 80 to 100,000 on Steam for a couple months, and then Sony's like, oh shit, oh shit, what did we do? And then they change their minds. That's like best case scenario. They change their minds. They shut down Marathon. Instead of doing Marathon, they work on Destiny 3. You can go play fucking Escape from Tarkov. No. I think the big issue is that it just doesn't scratch the itch for enough people for it to be like wildly successful like they expect it to be. It's a niche genre and it's an interesting take on the genre as a whole, so it doesn't even really pull in people from the extraction shooter scene. So it's like trying to do something that's like just not wanted, kind of. Yeah. Doesn't mean it won't have, you know, a hardcore player base of like, you know, 50, 60,000 players, but that's not gonna make them that much money. And if anything, they're probably just it's gonna be like a net negative in terms of money put in. And people are just gonna continue getting laid off. And that makes sense. Yeah, because they actually care. I mean, I don't want Marathon to fail for this whole reason that the only people it hurts are the normal people who just work on the game. It doesn't it's not gonna hurt Sony in the big picture or in the long run. They have so many revenue streams that they just look at it as an ROI, and it only hurts normal people. So I saw a controller. I was talking to Chai yesterday, and I saw this controller that I think you might be interested in. Looks absolutely insane, and the price point is another really good, like, I guess, selling factor or something. Yeah, like it's not crazy expensive, and it's better than controllers that cost 2 to 3 times it At least, like, on paper. It's a GameSir controller. GameSir. Four. Four. I was the exact same way until I used 4. Trying to see if there's like a default version, because they were like special editions and stuff, like extra decal that don't really matter. G7, I don't think I really see one that doesn't have some sort of like special edition tag on it. But they're only like 100. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't actually sound worth it, like at all, really. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So they don't have 4 back buttons, they have 2 back buttons, but then they have a button on the shoulder that's like a L3 and R3. Hi. My God, his balls dropped. That's crazy. Your voice is quite a bit deeper. Yeah. I found like you always think you hit it before you hit it. There, I just sent it to you. They have a couple different like editions, but it's pretty much just the look. And like it's not compatible with GameStar doesn't have any controllers that are compatible with PlayStation, so that 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 is a downside, but you know, the only reason to go on to PlayStation is to play Bloodborne and Gran Turismo, and everything else can fucking die. No, I don't have a $350 steering wheel. Sorry. I don't know. After I played it, like more and more, I knew what I could be experiencing, and it made me not want to play the game. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I've tried both. The controller that I have is modular, and you can swap it like back and forth by flipping the module. And I think it takes time to get used to, maybe like a week, but afterwards I think it's more comfortable.
Trials of Osiris.
Also, it allows you to multitask better by using your right thumb to press the D-pad. Like you can press the D-pad with either your left thumb or your right thumb based off of like whatever you're doing. It makes it easier to like use D-pad while like actively moving. I don't know. I know some people claw the D-pad with like PlayStation controllers, but it looks wildly uncomfortable. Yeah. Yeah. If you actually like check the link, go to like the like scroll thing, like the bottom part, and you can scroll through, and it shows you all the different things. Like it has 6 sets of thumbsticks with the 2 different colorways, but It's basically 3. It's basically 3 sets, but like the other full 3 sets is cosmetic mostly. But it also means when they eventually get worn out or whatever, because they probably don't have very good control freak compatibility, then like you have extra ones. But they have like raised ones, like ones that are raised more anyway, so. And that the cable it comes with looks pretty nice. I don't know. I just feel like it doesn't. It's 392 grams. Has like magnetic sticks. I think it has mechanical switches on some of the buttons. Maybe like the face buttons. I don't really know. You thinking? Yeah, you should look at all the different, like, in the description part, and like the warranty. I haven't looked at the warranty. I would assume it's at least a year. If they're really confident, it'll be more like 2 years. It's more so for manufacturer defects and stuff. It's not about how much you use it. TMR. I think that's what they're called. TMR Hall effects. Like TMR magnetic. What? That depends on the manufacturer and it's more so software. No? Nikon, for example, they have their Revolution 5 controller, and it didn't ship with True Zero dead zones. They made True Zero dead zones by a patch in the software. 'cause that's where all the Dead Zone stuff is. It's in the software. And True Zero, like Dead Zone wouldn't even be useful for potentiometers because of stick drift. What's up? Yeah, they were never like this before. Yeah. The other thing that's really cool about like GameSir as a whole is like they're like more affordable and I don't know, they just seem to have like a really good reputation. They're trying to actually make good products. Even the triggers, like the triggers you would shoot with are Hall effect. They don't have a spring mechanism, so there's not like mechanical wear. So I'm like scrolling down further, it says dual mode trigger stops, so they have micro switch triggers so that you can switch it from having to be actuated a certain amount to register to just being like a hair trigger. And then the other thing is it says that the modules, I'm guessing that means the stick module, is rated to 5 million cycles, which is very high. Like even like mice with optical switches in them are usually rated to like 3 million cycles. Like I have a $160 Logitech mouse and it has like a rating of like 3 or 4 million. So on a $90 controller, that's pretty insane. The Razer Wolverine Pro. I don't think I've heard of that one. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that's annoying about controllers is like you have ones that are like Xbox and PC, and then you have like PC and PlayStation. Some of them are like interconnected, but it's usually not the case. Like the GameSir ones, for example, like they don't make any that I know of that are compatible with PlayStation at all. It's like Xbox, mobile, Switch, and PC. I don't know. Some weird country. Yeah, they don't count. But yeah, like for PlayStation, pretty much like MnK is gonna be the best option pretty much, as far as I know. There are some like third-party companies that you can have like modular controllers and stuff, which that is an option, but then they usually don't hold a lot of times they don't match the manufacturer warranty of the original products that they're modding. So it's like normally you have a 1 year warranty, and then they do all the stuff to you. You pay $300, and they're like, yeah, if it breaks within 3 months, like, go fuck yourself. It's like, what? Like, Scuff does that shit. It's like, are you fucking? It's like, this is why people aren't buying your shit anymore. They're being they're being paid to. Like, they had, yeah, not not very many other people were actually like in the controller, like the high-end controller scene. But like a lot of those like professional COD players and stuff, like they were sponsored by them. They didn't care if the controller broke in a single month of use because they already had they they, they didn't even have to go get a new one because they're probably getting shipped a box of like, 6 of them per year. And it's like, oh, I ran out. They're like, okay, have more. And then you have like these little fucking kids stealing their mom's credit card to buy a $200 controller. It made me better, I swear. Yeah, they had sort of like, to an extent, like a monopoly just because it wasn't something that other people were really doing. But like the main thing with the controllers, other than normal defects just happening with the controllers as a whole, like what you would expect from a factory one with like stick drift and all that sort of stuff. The way that they designed their paddles, on a lot of them, it caused the part that was like right next to where it like clipped in would frequently like snap after, not even half a year of use. Even for like, people who used to play Destiny with, they'd play maybe 2 to 4 hours a night. They worked a full-time job, and they still couldn't even get it to last 6 months. And then you send it in to them, and then you don't have a controller for 8 weeks. Right? The peripherals last so much longer. Yeah. Some mice will last so long that by the time you want a replacement, they've been discontinued. There's a Logitech mouse, it's a G700S, I think, and the specific shape and the way that the buttons on it were, it was pretty good for first-person shooters, but it dipped more towards like MMOs before MMO mice really became a thing, as far as I know. Like I'm sure there was, some, but not to the same extent as today. Like, even SteelSeries has a fucking MMO mouse now. So, but it had 4 buttons on the side, and then it had, I think, 2 or 3 buttons that ran along the side of mouse one, and then it had a sideways button press on either side of uh, the scroll wheel. So that's like, what, 7, 9 extra buttons? Yeah, this mouse is so old that it took like a AA battery to power it. And people are still buying them for like $50, $60 off of eBay. Like, even if they're very damaged, like cosmetically. And they've probably been refurbished like, so many times. They get refurbished to the point where it's not even worth refurbishing anymore. And people still use it even though like the sensor is incredibly outdated. Like they don't care. because they care more about just the comfort and all the accessibility features basically through all the extra button. Yeah, it makes sense though, because the majority of people just play first person shooters, so they use it for like their grenade and their tactical. Like for like Call of Duty and games like that, you just make the front one grenade and then make the other one some tactical ability. Then you don't really need extra buttons. They just go for mice that weigh the least amount possible, like 50 grams or so, and 2 mouse button. I got the Logitech 502X, which has like an updated sensor, and it has 2 side mouse buttons. Then it has a DPI shift button that's kind of like further forward and down, and I rebound that to a binding on my keyboard, and I use that for like swapping weapons usually. And then next to mouse 1, it has a DPI up and down button, so 2 extra buttons, and I rebound those to 2 other keys on my keyboard. And then it has the scroll wheel tilt left and right. Yeah. So in like MMOs, I'll use it for like a healing potion or something, where I'll just use my index finger and just like tap the side of it. And then obviously you can do like scroll wheel up and down for 2 other things, and then you clicking it in. I don't really use like scroll wheel click in, because sometimes if you accidentally put too much like sideways pressure on it, you can accidentally hit the side ones. But I mean, you can obviously get used to it. Oh, were you gonna ask a question? Mm-hmm. I think you're pretty far behind, so you should probably wait, because they're gonna be combining everything into one content pack and doing a permanent markdown. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so now like there's like Edge of Fate and Renegades is the most recent thing. And when you go to buy, like, let's say you do Final Shape because you don't have it, and you go to buy it, there'll be like an option on Steam where it's like, do you want to bundle this with literally every other DLC that came before it in like one big thing? And it's actually like marked down so that you're paying less money for each individual one. And I got them relatively recently when everything in the store was on sale. And I think I paid like maybe $25 for everything except for Renegades and Edge of Fate. And then it was like, I think maybe like 23. Like some of the DLCs like Forsaken and Shadowkeep and stuff were like $1.99 to like $2.99. Final Shape was like maybe $4 or $5, like $5 at the very most. And then it was able to get like Year of Prophecy, which is Renegades and Final Shape smushed together for like another 25. I have a feeling that it'll be a similar markdown. If not, it'll be like slightly higher. But there's like one thing I will mention. I don't really like it. Like decision making or thought process or whatever you want to call it. They did add No Land Beyond back to the game, but the only way to get it, if you are interested in trying it or you care about it, whatever, the only way to get it is from the deluxe edition of Edge of Fate, I think. I think it's Edge of Fate. It's either Edge of Fate or Renegades. Yeah. Which I don't know if it's Edge of Fate or if it's like the Year of Prophecy thing. You would have to like check on it, but yeah, it's kind of annoying. You have to pay like extra $30 or $40 to get basically a gun and some stupid like, I don't know, not have to pay for the season pass or something. I don't remember exactly. I thought it was kind of weird. Yeah, but that was kind of different though, because it wasn't just you buy this, it automatically gives it to you. You're paying for access to content so that you could do the dungeon and like, you know, there was like a quest. Yeah, this one like, so when I started trying to play Destiny a little bit again, I am able to access through like content sharing on PlayStation. So when I logged in and everything, I'm sharing from Julian, and he has that. There's like this archive thing in the tower, and I literally could just walk up to it and take No Land Beyond out of it. Like you're just straight up paying for a nostalgia gun. And like maybe a fucking ship that you're never gonna use, and fucking, you know, just like what you would expect from some deluxe enhanced edition. Just extra cosmetic that, you know, I don't know. They're just hypothesizing. They're just they're just guessing or coping. Because they haven't even started working on a D3 at all. Not even in like a like back end maintenance sort of way. And the other thing is like when the Destiny 2 developers found out that the game was being canceled, they found out at the same time all of the consumers found out. So it's like, okay, I'm going into work on Tuesday or Monday, whatever, and I'm working on this DLC that's supposed to come out in like 6 months, and then I get told the game's over. So it's like, if that's the sort of like transparency and that's how the, you know, they found out and all that sort of stuff, the likelihood that they were working on a D3 is basically zero. And if they were to make a Destiny 3 and they started it right now, it wouldn't come out until probably 2031, 2032. It'll take it usually takes 5 or 6 years to actually fully put a game out from zero to, and that's if they're working on it. Like, that's the people assigned to working on it, that's the only thing they're doing. Like, so if they were to like light speed work on it, not work on anything else, they weren't getting pulled in different directions to, oh, come do this thing for Marathon, come do this thing for Destiny 2. Just only working on that every single day. Probably like 5 years minimum. I've tried it some. Frost loves it. If it was a penis, he would stick it inside of his mouth. I saw a clip of Dado. Someone was like asking him after the Destiny news. He's like, "Oh, are you gonna try marathon or something now?" He's like, "They could add a suck your own dick mode, and I still wouldn't play it." And it's a yeah. I don't really like extraction shooters, but I'm trying it because Frost bought it for me, so I feel like I have to. I didn't plan on trying it at all, but I'm willing to at least give it a fair shot. No, I didn't. Maybe like a little bit, but like kind of not. I don't know. Yeah, I had kind of like planned on trying it by like downloading it from you and then like trying it, but then I never got around to it because I'm at the end of the day I'm not really that interested. But I mean, it's something to do, I guess. So I mean, I tried it some. I would probably like it more and be like more willing to play it and stuff if they had some sort of like test range or like something where I can sit there and actually fine tune all my settings and get everything in order within minutes instead of, 12 hours of playing. Like not really liking how the settings are or something and just trying to like iron stuff out. Be a lot easier to get a hold of like what sensitivity you want to play in like a test range. You're playing on aimbot. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're playing on aimbot, so you just be like, okay, is the sensitivity good for spinning in a circle? I think so. Okay. Problem solved. Yeah, it's I don't know. For me, like I haven't played a lot of different first-person shooters and stuff with mouse and keyboard, so it's kind of hard for me to figure out exactly what sensitivity I want to play on. It's just like in the extraction shooter, it's just like harder because like I don't know, feel weird for just standing there and not doing anything, and like trying to figure it out when I'm supposed to be like playing the game. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit in a fucking room and touch myself. No. And Destiny, I just set it to like 10 or something, and then I figured out like how far I need to move my mouse to like turn around, and then I guess after that it's pretty easy because I don't know, there's not like it's gonna be somewhere between 1 and 10 for the most part. So, but Marathon's number was a lot higher for sensitivity, so. Yeah, and you figure out that you want it to be slow. Yeah. Makes it so you have to like move a lot more for stuff that's a lot closer, but it makes you significantly more consistent at like mid to long range. Whereas other people, they can 360 17 times in a row, but they can't hit shots to save their life. Yeah, like... Yeah. I have like my mouse pad, like to push vertically from like bottom to top, it's like 1.5 feet. But I usually... Yeah. My desk is probably like 2 feet forward. Like, if I put the inside of my elbow, it doesn't even reach all the way to the back of my desk. There's probably an extra like 5 inches after that. And then my mouse pad is like, I think 32 or 34 inches wide. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, where you just have your elbows hanging off and everything else is on the desk. Yeah, it's a lot. Cool. Yeah. I found that the armrests get in the way of being able to move, and they're a very bad anchor of where to place your arm. So like when I start trying to like move my wrist or arm to the right or the left, like very drastically, it's like I can feel the resistance. I have like leather armrests, so that's probably why. But I actually want a mouse pad that has more depth to it. This one, it's like 12.5 inches or so. And I was looking at one from like SteelSeries. It's like about like 15 inches in depth. And then like 33 to 35 horizontally. So yeah, like depth is like forward, like away from you when you're actually sitting at it. The main reason I want that is just it would reach to the same spot of the desk that I currently have it. But then it would actually cover the wooden edge of my desk. So any sort of friction that's being created from that, like it would remove that. It'd be a softer edge. Arm. It's tiring, but you have more control. It's more so just about, like, if you don't have enough space, you can't be an arm aimer. Like, half my mouse pad is taken up by my arm, like where my arm can move. Yeah. I think I have a ruler somewhere around here. So like between like where my mouse sits, I can move about like a little bit over 6 inches to the right before hitting the edge of my mouse pad, and then it's about 6 inches to the left before I'll actually hit my keyboard. And what's funny is like I feel like I don't have enough space because I can hit my keyboard. Like I want to go from full size keyboard to like 75% because of that. That makes sense. Yeah. I think for the most part, it's just them cutting off, like, the side of it. They will make some of the buttons smaller, but, like, the main buttons, they should be mostly the same size. Maybe, like, shift will be a little bit smaller, but usually they're, like, I think the 75% ones, they're just, like, 10 keyless. But the 65%, like what you're talking about, probably are actually smaller. Yeah. That's why I would prefer 75% because they still have those, and it's not really, it's more, it makes it more bigger, like like forward, like away from you rather than like sideways. It doesn't actually like really impact the amount of space that you have. That's just like my opinion, I guess. Yeah, for sure. Trials is Trials, man. I feel like I'm not good enough to play Trials. Like I'm just not consistent enough. Yeah, I mean I've only been playing for like a little over a month, I guess. I don't know, maybe a little bit longer, but I just played like MMOs so much without like really playing any FPS. I think the first FPS I like actually like really tried was Titanfall. But for Titanfall you only need to be on target for like maybe 0.2 seconds or something like that. Like you basically snap to them and then hit them with like spree bullets and then they die. So it's very like high octane, snappy, like shoot them and then as long as you don't do something stupid like spray your mouse in the other room, like they're gonna die. Like pretty much no matter what gun you use, it'll kill in 3 to 5 bullets at the most. Whereas like Destiny, it's like probably 3 to 4 times longer time to kill on average.
Trials of Osiris. I believe in you, minion. Fight hard and do not die.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot different now with all the prismatic subclasses and stuff. Was there the portal? Like a bunch of like weird menu. Yeah, people really don't like the way that all this like menuing is, and the fact that it makes everything a lot more feel like more complex and more like a chore. So they're reverting back to the old director with this next update. I did buy it some. It's not too bad. Like, I don't know, it's just different. And, like, I have a lot to like learn. And it's one of those games, like a lot of other games, like, until I get like somewhere into like some sort of end game, I can't really form like a good opinion. This guy on my team is calling me so bad because I didn't kill someone when I shot him in the body with a slug shotgun and it literally didn't register a damage number. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just a side effect of the engine. They would just need to put it on Unreal Engine. That'd be the most simple thing. Take it from Tiger Engine to Unreal. That would change the gun feel and the physics simultaneously. Yeah, I would optimize it to an extent. Probably. I don't know. Optimization in games is kind of weird nowadays because, like, at least for graphical optimization, it relies on graphics cards like DLSS and all that sort of like features on the graphics cards to achieve optimization rather than actually being optimized. Yeah, I think it's Witch Queen. Most likely. Can double check in a minute. So after Witch Queen, there is Lightfall, which added like Strand, which is like the grapple like green subclass, and then Final Shape, and then Edge of Fate. So that's like 3 years. It's been like 3.5 years. It's crazy. This guy was like shit talking me about how bad I am, and I could argue I did just as well as he did. Yeah, basically like they're kill like one person, one of them was already dead, and then I primed him for like a slug body shot, and then he used like the Warlock Void push melee when I shot my slug shotgun, so could have moved my character in a way that just made the bullet not register at all. Or it could have just been a little bit of desync or connection, like why you be mean to me? People just want to be toxic and make whatever like player base is left fucking quit the game, dude. It's like gonna complain about there's no one to play the game while actively making people not want to play the game.
Pick up fallen friends and put down smart opponents.
I think so, but I don't know. I stopped playing Destiny for like a year. I don't really talk to them anymore. I think as I decided that I just wasn't gonna log in anymore, I just like left the clan. And I know I have like a bad personality or whatever, so some people don't really like me. So I don't know if I'll be like rejoining or not. It's just not that I do have a bad personality, it's just it's like a acquired taste or whatever. So some people like it, some people don't. Some people don't want to be around me because of it, so they would have to like vote on like whether I can rejoin or not between the admins. Yeah. That's true, but yeah. I think you were like beat as a child, so you don't really get offended by stuff. Is that accurate or see? like I've said that like 1,000 times. If people were beat more as children, they wouldn't get offended by words. Yeah. 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 I get what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I didn't like get kicked, but I just decided like I was gonna take a break. I didn't know and I was gonna come back, so I just left everything. And then I went and played Monster Hunter World, I think. Yeah, I ended up playing it a ton. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, Jack. Oh, I remember what I did actually. After I stopped playing Destiny, I went through and I played every single one of the Souls games. I did a playthrough, at least one to two playthroughs in every single title, except for dog shit Souls. And then I was like, what do I do next? And then I played Monster Hunter World for maybe 6 months or so. I got like probably close to 2,500 hours in the game. Yeah, something like that. I couldn't, I don't know, I couldn't bring myself to get 999,999 after like the, it was because the like the population, like in the Discord and stuff. Like I didn't really want to just go like do like random queue hunt. I wanted to actually help people. But you know. Shit, I probably had over 1,000 hours just in fucking guiding lands, bro. And here, let me check. There's where's the Monster Hunter Gathering Hall? I have to check my. I'm just gonna. My God, is fucking Jackhammer Slim in there? Oh, no. Um, can't remember. Was it Gathering Hall or was it a different Discord? It looks weird. I don't. I wanted to just look at the Discord because I wanted to check my tags. Yeah. I don't remember if it was like Monster Hunter Gathering Hall or if it was a different Discord. I think I was only in one. Oh yeah, Monster Hunter Hub. Why am I in two fucking Discords? I have 664 notifications from the PlayStation LFG quest board. Yeah, I don't open it. No, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. I think it's pretty bad. Nope. Alright, I just typed something so I can check. I wanted to check all my rules. Oh my god. Yeah, I made like, I don't remember what it's called. The charge, heavy attacks of greatsword more easy to like aim. Like, I don't know. It's kind of weird because like they're good changes, but it's like part of what made Monster Hunter hard was that like you had to be very conscious about like timing and how you're oriented and everything. And they essentially like by adding quality of life stuff to the combat, they made the game easier and like less punishing. But I don't know. I think I'm just a masochist, so it doesn't really matter what I think. I I remember I did this mission that had a bunch of wigglers in it, and I capture netted 999 of them. Um, so there's a tag that you can get in the Discord if you're Hunter rank 999 and you capture 999 wigglers, you can get the Wiggler Fiends tag, and it changes the color of your name. And then I always said that I wouldn't do it, but I got the endemic life researcher tag in the Discord for collecting every single endemic life in the game, and for every single one that had a large and miniature crown. I remember reloading this one map for a Nestle or something, like this weird rare endemic life that would only spawn on one map during one specific daylight cycle, and reloading the map for 4 hours straight to get it. I don't know what it's only fits you. I don't remember the check like where in the Discord it shows all of the different tag things. Oh, I found it. Yeah, Wiggler Fiend is acquire 999 Wigglers and reach Hunter rank 999. Conquer the New World is the Platinum. Apex Predator is for all monster crowns, so large and small crowns in uh, Iceborne and or Iceborne or what's that one called? SB? I can't remember the name. Sunbreak. Yeah. Endemic life researcher catch all current endemic life in the game, including great fish sizes. Ah, that was fun. I remember fishing for like 10 hours for one fish to be a great size. Yeah, and then I turned them in. I like turned them in a specific way because I never planned on doing the Master Hunter one. That's like 999,999 for your Hunter rank and Master rank because then it changes your name to be red. And I like the Wiggler Fiend one because it's like a cyan. So it actually changes like your name when you type in the Discord. That's why I went out of my way for the Wiggler thing. Otherwise, I really couldn't care. Yeah, but the way that they set it up is it's not about what order you turn them in. It's like there's like a list. So the color of your name is associated with the thing, but if there's a higher ranked title that's above it, it'll change your name to that. Like you don't get to pick which color name. Like you have to avoid turning in other ones. It says these roles will show in priority from top to bottom on your profile, so keep that in mind if you want a specific color. I did get every single miniature and large crown for every single monster too, without cheesing it, because I'm not a bitch. Yeah, I always thought it was funny that people were like, I don't know, like proud that they had it, but they literally just did like they would save a investigation or something to the cloud, and then they would just load it into it and then like re-upload the thing over and over. So they would just like they would it's like save it editing basically. They're basically just cheating. I I was also a charge blade elitist that thinks that everyone who uses it in Savage Axe mode shouldn't be allowed to touch the weapon. And that's actually why I don't like Wilds, and I will never play Wilds, because the iteration of Charge Blade goes more towards being brain dead with Savage Axe, and I don't like that, so the game's bad. And I just I just liked how mechanically difficult it was. And that's what I want to use. And I like the way that the weapon is like structured in the game, even though if world is kind of jank to an extent or whatever. I'd rather play a slightly more jank game with in like a manner that I like rather than like play a game that's literally actually better because of the way that they implemented certain stuff. Yeah. I think it's probably smaller on console though. And it's like it's separated, like Xbox can't play with PlayStation or PC or any of that. So when there just weren't as many people to like play with anymore, it just like killed the drive to like keep logging on. And then after going and playing Zen Liberty, one time there was like a maintenance and I was like, oh, I'll go play something else. So I'm like load into that, and then the vast difference in like camera angle, it actually made me fucking nauseous. Like, have you seen like the camera angle in like World of Warcraft, for example? Yeah, where you can make it like third person top down, and there could be like, you know, anywhere between like 50 to 100 people on your screen, and like you can actually like sit there and look at everyone. It's like going from that to like a camera angle that I feel like I'm inside of myself. It's just, it's so close. It's like I can't fucking see. I'm hoping, I could be wrong, but I'm hoping there's like a more adjustable like FOV slider or something on PC, because on console that shit's fucking dog shit unless you're used to it. I just feel like I can't fucking see anything. I think Monster Hunter with mods would be so fun too. There's some there's this like guy that I had watched for like Charge Blade stuff. And some of the mods that he puts on his Charge Blades look so fucking sick. Like, he made it look like this sword from an anime where every time he like slash twists it, it's like there's like a blood aura in the air. No, I think it's something different. Also, when I looked at someone streaming it, it looked like a Switch game. Like, it looked like they made the graphics worse. Like, let me go back in time and like put this on the PS2. Not it's not that bad. The PS2 ones are pretty fucking terrible, but it looked like they went back like a generation or two in graphics. And it I think the guy who was playing it, it looked like the game had like depth of field turned on, and he like I had him look through all the settings, and you like couldn't turn it off. So it makes like stuff that's a bit further away. It's one thing if it doesn't render at all, but when it is rendering and it's like blurry, I know it's for immersion and stuff, but I hate I hate all of that shit. Like film grain, motion blur, depth of field. Depth of field is basically just motion blur, but on objects that aren't in focus. So if you're like standing in front of a tree and there's a building behind it and you're looking directly at the tree, it'll make the building blurry. What the fuck, dude? Dude, I have a really funny story. My brother got a pre-built PC during the, like, I guess after pandemic, kind of. Like it had ended, but it was still kind of like in the aftermath of that in the PC world. So he buys a pre-built for like $1,000. It was like marked off by like maybe 200 or so. So it was like $1,000 PC that he got for like 750, 800. Didn't come with a graphics card because that shit was scalped. It has, you know, the integrated graphics, whatever, on like a Ryzen 5 50 something, like a 5000 series CPU, which is, it's not a bad CPU. It's actually towards the end of like the AM4 socket, like the AM4 generation, I guess. He would get into wilds and then it would crash. Like he couldn't even get past the main menu. He gets this like, you know, not super cheap PC and then buys a fucking $80 game and then can't even make it past the menu. Because it's like didn't have a graphics card. Integrated graphics is for being able to more easily troubleshoot stuff. Like you take your graphics card out and you're tinkering with your parts, and you know there's certain stuff you can do in your BIOS. Maybe it like fails to turn on, and there's like switches and stuff that you need to like press to clear your BIOS settings so that you can turn your computer back on. Like you can, when messing with like overclocks and stuff and other different settings, it can like fuck your stuff up, and it just like refuses to turn back on. And if you like you turn it on, you get the power light, but then you get no display. You have to clear your BIOS out. And having that and not having to have this giant graphics card in the way of everything can make your life a lot easier. Just being able to plug a HDMI cord or DisplayPort directly into your motherboard. Kind of thinking about playing Monster Hunter World on PC now, but if I don't have Iceborne, I'm not playing it. I'll just have to see if the like family sharing thing like transfers it or not. I need grapple. It's actually really sad. On more than one occasion, I have had to tell someone of a specific mission that is literally the Clutch Claw tutorial while in Master Rank. And like go there and listen to what they say and pay attention to what they are telling you to do and why they are telling you to do it. Like the conditions for why you use it and how to use it. And stop using fucking flashpots. If it doesn't... I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. But there's a difference between me saying it as like a recommendation and it being like, if you don't go do this tutorial, like, I'm not gonna play with you anymore. Like, because it's kind of bad when you're playing with someone and they're actually making your hunt like worse. It's like you're enraging the monster without making it like a beneficial thing. Yeah, like there's no benefit coming out of you just making this monster mad. Like this isn't a fucking TA wiki run. Like we're not just smacking the monster 3 times and then jumping off because throwing them into the walls is against the rules. I think the thing that actually made me like the most upset is that I never got the Assassin's Creed mantle. Yeah, there's an Assassin's Creed mantle. is really cool. You can it had like stealth benefits. So it was like really good to run as a second mantle with Rocksteady when you're like a confident player. No, that's not that's against the rules. The ones that I made up. Yeah. If you, oh yeah. Oh, you. You can use evasion mantle, but you can't use. I was thinking of temporal. That one's against the rules. I was thinking of like the one that like dodges for you. Yeah. I don't. I'd rather die. Maybe at some point, but I almost always try to avoid using it. Oh, yeah, that's different. You're putting yourself in a stationary position. I'm saying like not using it to like play the game for you. Yeah. You could use it for something like tactically, but yeah. After I got like evasion mantle is like #1. Rocksteady is probably like #2. Yeah, I despise the evasion mantle. Or not evasion, temporal. I don't think it should really be in the game. And people's over-reliance on it caused a lot of problems when fighting AT Valkana. Because it literally doesn't work there. It works with Elatrion. With Valkana, it literally pins you to the ground. Like, it pins you to the ground and it turns it off. Like, it breaks the mantle. How come? Just go inside. Bro's like, I'm in a tent. Just get sickle cell anemia so that they won't give you, malaria. Oh. In the Val of Rent. I thought you were Asian, not a white girl. Yeah, if you're in a CSGO lobby, they would kick you. I never played it. Been tempted, but No. Haven't played any like elimination style shooters on PC. They're just intimidating. And I'm still trying to like feel like I don't know, like experienced enough like with just shooting with mouse in the first place. Cause like then you have to like learn the entire game, like learn the lineups of like grenades and all that sort of stuff and like lines of sight. It's like I don't like to like try to learn too many things at the same time. And it is free. Yeah. You basically can't do anything other than like strikes and Crucible and Gambit. You can't even play Trials for free. You can play Comp if you like associate a phone number with it with your account. You have to own whatever the newest expansion is. It's like a paywall thing to discourage cheating. But if they're doing like cheating carries, then you know it's an investment. Yeah, I didn't actually plan on buying any DLCs on PC until I had like my original account like ready to play or whatever. So I'm basically playing on a throwaway account right now because my cross save is disabled. I originally like linked everything like back when crossplay came out, and I like made a Steam account, and then by the time like 3 years passed, I forgot I made a Steam account, and then I couldn't like disable it and then like change which Steam account it was attached to. And after you turn crossplay off, there's a 3 month wait period before you can turn it back on. So if I want to play the game with mouse and keyboard, I have to play on a new account. And then on like July 9th, I can turn it back on. And the only things I'll have to buy, when everything was on sale, I bought all of the old DLCs. And all I'm missing is just Renegades and Edge of Fate. So I have to buy 2 DLCs. Yeah.
Welcome to the trial.
Yeah. They made it so that you can't switch it anymore, so now I have to use this random Steam account. I'll have to log in and out of Steam accounts anytime I'm gonna play Destiny. Because I don't want to play the game on like Epic or any of that shit. They're just not very good platforms. Yeah, I don't really want to play Fortnite anymore either. After like season 7 or so, kind of just fell off a cliff. It sucks. I'm just like missing so many guns that I could be like leveraging like right now. I just can't use them. What? Well, people like cheating in video games, so kinda is what it is. Yeah, he said he would play. You don't get to play it. It's not gonna come out on PC for like an extra like year after release. Yeah, they're not porting it to PC immediately. I'm such a fucking loser, man. I lost in a video game. I fucking quit. I like looked at my stream and like how long it's been going. That's the main reason I said I'm such a fucking loser. Yeah, I think almost 9. No, it's only been 7 hours and 19 minutes, so I guess I'm not a loser. You only really become a loser once it's like longer than whatever, like how many hours you would have like a shift at a job, I guess. So once it goes over 8 hours, you're a loser. Unless you're making money doing it. I can check if you have like online status and stuff. I can check. I think I don't think I can see without like actually being on. I can see what you're playing, but it doesn't say anything. Yeah, like it would if I was on, because then it would show like if you're in like a playable session that I could like join it. Yeah. We, as long as your eyes don't hurt, then it doesn't actually matter. That's actually like why I got blue light glasses. I decided that I couldn't like turn the blue light filter on the monitor all the way up without it making it look too weird. So I put it like halfway and then wear blue light glasses. So I, c- I can I can play for like I could honestly play for like 14 hours and not get eye strain. It's actually kind of crazy. Your mom's built different. And then what happens? Oh, it's well, it doesn't count though because it's missing a letter. I don't know. Figure it out. Child's like, I can't be racist. I'm Asian. So true. I wish, I wish, I wish I was Asian. I think I remember like earlier on when we had met, I like didn't believe that you were Asian because you sound white. Oh, that's racist. Ginger. Oh yeah, ginger. I would never ever say anything bad, ever. Child, do you drink energy drink? I just like tried one recently. I've had it like 3 or 4 times now. It's a Red Bull Summer Edition. It's actually really good. It's called a Sadachi Lime, I think. And Sadachi Lime is basically, I think it's like a Japanese lime, and it's more like tart than sour. Yeah. That's really the only Red Bull that I ever like would really drink. I don't know. Red Bull is one of the energy drinks that like I drink it, does what it's supposed to do, and it doesn't make me feel like shit afterward. Whereas like a lot of the other ones, they just make me feel like shit after they wear off. I've had some other ones that are like brain energy, and some ones that have like I don't know. I think they have a lot more like B vitamins and different stuff that gives natural energy, so that as the energy or the caffeine wears off, it's like there to support it, so there's no like crash. Yeah, so like rain was like that. I think maybe like Celsius, some other ones. And then they don't have sugar, so you don't get sugar crash either. Right. Rain are insane. Yeah, it's weird. They literally don't make like a sugar version. They're all sugar free. Um, they were originally made for like exercise and stuff, like as a energy, like almost like a pre-workout. And aside from like there's some newer ones that are in smaller like white cans that have more like electrolytes and stuff, I think. But the normal ones, they have fucking 300 milligrams of caffeine. For several months, I was actually buying like 2 or 3 different flavors of them in like the cases, like 12 packs. And I would drink like 2 or 3 of them a day. Yeah. I think one day I drank three or 4 of them and I felt like my insides were melting. Is that this one place called like Job Corps? Um, doing some like training for some stuff, like taking a class there. And I would like, I had this thermos that I could fit half a pot of coffee in, and I would drink like half a pot of coffee every day and then like 1 or 2 energy drinks. I did that for like 8 months. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, the Rockstar Energy, like the non-carbonated one, those ones are pretty good too. Like the lime, there's like a lemon lime one and an orange one, but they only had like 180 milligrams caffeine, so it's basically nothing. Maybe it was like 160. I don't know. Yeah. I feel like you could put some like NyQuil in it and basically put you to sleep. Sometimes when I've been awake for like a pretty long time, I'll actually like drink an entire cup of coffee like at the very end of the night and then just go lay in bed. I actually did I actually did that last night. Yeah, I think I slept pretty good actually. Um yeah, I was like, oh, I'm really tired. I was like laying in bed watching a show. It's like I'm really tired. But I just have this like itch to go smoke a cigarette. So I get up, I go microwave a cup of coffee for like 30 seconds, drink the entire thing, go smoke a cigarette, go lay in bed, finish like the last 5, 10 minutes of my show, and then I closed my eyes for like a couple minutes and just went to sleep. It's really funny because my grandfather did the exact same thing. Like he would drink an entire cup of black coffee, strong as hell, like to the point where it's almost like acidic, and then just immediately go to sleep. And then he'd fucking wake up at 4 a.m. Yeah, he'd fucking wake up at like 4 a.m., just sit in the living room playing Sudoku. You know, people from like the 30s and 40s. Probably not. Oh, when I make coffee, I actually don't drink coffee anymore. I drink espresso. Um, yeah, I use espresso instead of normal coffee. And then I got this like coffee pot that has these like little jet streams that come out of it. So it like more evenly distributes the water than normal drip. And then I put, I think I put 10 tablespoons of espresso for a pot of coffee, whereas my mom would do like maybe 3. And then I used the like brew stronger function so that it actually drips the water more slowly to get more out of it. Yeah. If I don't if I don't drink all of it in like a day, say I like let it sit around for a while, and I come back like 8, 10 hours later, like it's so acidic, it's like rancid. It's like I don't even want to drink it. I've lowered the amount by quite a bit. I put like 4 now. I put like 4, and so it's like 8 tablespoons instead of 12. And then I stopped using the like brew stronger function because it's kind of just destroying the taste of it. So yeah, I really like the way that coffee tastes. Has to be like good coffee though. Like this is imported. It's like imported. Whatever you call it, espresso. Comes like vacuum sealed from some Southern American country. Comes in like well can that the top is vacuum sealed. Just do math. I know you've said that before. Oh my god. This reminded me like there's probably some like random ass person that we met through like LFG and then you just say that to them. Probably. It's probably to some you got them to basically ask you a question about what you were saying so that you could say butt crack. Like you tricked them into like whatever rhetoric you wanted to say. Twelve-hour shifts. I know sometimes we would play from closer to like 14 or 16 to the point where our brains were like becoming delirious and we couldn't form like actual thoughts, so we were just being like weird little crackhead gremlins just saying random shit. We were like TikTok brain rot before that even really big. We were like TikTok brain rot before it even really became a thing. Yeah, that's and then like a couple minutes later, he would fucking explain it, and we would just like sit there. I feel like, bro, that's not funny. It's actually kind of crazy to me that like, I remember what we were using on the first weekend of trials that we played. I used like Spare Ration, Mindbender, used Ostringer and Wave Splitter, and then I'm pretty sure that Potato used Revoker and Luna's Howl, or like either is like some sniper and some hand cannon or SMG, like one of the two. Yeah. trace rifles put so much flinch on hand cannons that unless you actually peek shot properly, like you just get fried. And then it had that thing where you like pick up an orb and it like supercharged it. Imagine if like in that meta, like all the mods and stuff that we have now existed. Like there's this one called Reaper where you use your class ability and then you get a kill within a certain amount of time and it drops an orb on the ground. So you could put up your barricade, kill a singular person, go pick up that orb, and then just go fucking spray quasi like all over them with the wave splitter. Just like fry them with half-second TTK. And then on top of probably because it's like void, like beam. But then they added like surge mods and stuff too. So you would have been able to get the wave splitter perk going from the orb and then also trigger surge mods on your boots to give you like the equivalent of kill clip on top of it. Get like a 50% damage increase. You could like just body shot TTK somebody like you were hitting all headshots. You could probably just run around fucking hip firing like to have a faster strafe. Just can't shoot you back and then they die like it's terrible. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of weird is like we do have like a special ammo meter. So like you like get kills, get assists, whatever. It'll drop special on the ground. But then you also have like ammo boxes that you pick up. So they did kind of a combination between ammo meter and like Destiny 1. And then ability usage is kind of a bit over the top, like above guns. But it kind of just depends on like who you run into, I guess. Like there'll be some people it's like, does this guy ever actually shoot his weapons? But I mean that's always been a thing to an extent. They change like certain aspects and fragments and whatever. Like Void Warlock, they decided to just give it a second charge of a melee for no reason. And you can like chuck it like towards a corner and it will just like hook 45-degree angle or like 90-degree angle and just go around to like walls and barricades and shit and push you back and make you volatile. And then they made it so that if you run the aspect that lets you overcharge your grenades, it gives you 2 grenade charges. So between the Child of the Old God from them putting their rift and then shooting at you, they can do that and then throw 2 grenades and 2 melees at you. And the crazy thing is, with the Nothing Manacle gauntlets, when you throw your scatter grenade, afterwards it spawns all these like little tracking projectiles. So before, like a long time ago, you could on like Titan or Hunter or Warlock, no matter what you played, you could just run the weaken aspect and throw a scatter grenade at someone, and if enough projectiles hit them, they would get one shot. Or like you shoot them one time with a hand cannon, then throw is very consistent. That doesn't really work anymore. It still does like, you know, a meaningful amount of damage, but for the Warlock thing, like they can throw 1 grenade at you and you can actually die from full health. Like the current placement of how they balanced it or didn't balance it it's actually worth it to run that instead of Top Tree Dawnblade. And it wasn't. Nothing has ever dethroned Top Tree Dawn until like 6 months ago. Yeah. I really hope with this like end of life update that they just give us no artifacts. If they do give us an artifact, it needs to be they're they're gonna have to kind of to an extent so that PvE is still playable. Otherwise you'll just have to use weapons and like types of things that intrinsically have anti-barrier and overload and unstop. But outside of like that sort of stuff, like they almost need to make it to where like certain types of weapons, so like say hand cannon sniper is always anti-barrier, and then like pulse rifle SMG is always overload, and then like bow and something else is always unstoppable, to prevent like a bad taste in your mouth meta because of artifacts like persisting over the rest of forever. Like that needs to not happen.
Welcome to the trials of Saint 14.
That's actually my biggest concern for this update is the artifacts. And I mean they're adding more they're adding some more aspects and abilities and stuff to some of the things as like it was probably supposed to come out in the next DLC, but like they're gonna add it now, so they're gonna stick around to like you know, tweak and balance or whatever of those things, but it's actually gonna be so much like PvE stuff for you to like catch up on. We're gonna have so much stuff to actually do. They're adding Pantheon back to the game. I don't know if you were there when that was a thing, but it's basically like a raid gauntlet where you do like a raid boss or something, and then you finish that, and then there's another one like after. So they're adding like, it's called Pantheon 2.0. It's gonna be a permanent addition to the game, and it's gonna have some of the like raid encounters from stuff that got removed. So like Callus is gonna be there. I think the weird Vex one from Eater World, and maybe like the Spire Stars. That's just what they showed like on the like what you can easily see on whatever news article they made. So it's possible. Yeah, the Destiny content vault. So like they got rid of a lot of the planets. Basically like everything before Forsaken. And I think some of the stuff on Forsaken got removed as well. Like what was it? The raid that Anarchy came from doesn't exist anymore. I mean Strike. How's the raid? I have there's like trackers and stuff for like, you know, like your fastest completion of different stuff, and I remember I was playing with Shade and some of his friends that actually were into speedrunning, and I completed Scourge of the Past in like less than 7 minutes from the very beginning to the end. No. I don't really know like when he stopped playing Destiny. I don't know. He works in the military, so I think he just had like less and less time. And then I don't know. I think we just kind of stopped talking after I stopped playing. Now to an extent, I was always kind of the glue that kept like the whole friend group together to an extent. So like I don't know. Even when we were all kind of like, you know, friendly and playing and stuff, it to an extent it seemed like if I didn't join the party, like the party just didn't get started. It's like they were more there to like hang out and play collectively with me rather than playing with each other. I could be wrong, but that's just kind of how it appeared. It could have just been like us all being just awkward people in general.
Finish the fight strong.
I think usually like when I would start parties, I would just like go and invite everyone to it, like preemptively. Yeah, he's definitely asleep. He said earlier that he had been awake for over 24 hours.
I will send your opponents to shack the crucible betraying war. Perhaps they will fare better in this little baby arena.
Yeah, and then I told him, he said he was only gonna join for a little bit and then he's gonna go to sleep, but then I told him that he's actually not allowed to get off because you're gonna join the party soon. And he's like, oh my god, he's alive. Oh yeah, there's some fucking crazy shit too. I completely, like this, completely, like my brain skipped over the fact that this existed. There are armor set bonuses now. Yeah. That's like some actual MMO shit. So, the TP set of the Trials armor, so after you slide, primary ammo weapons get flinch resist. And then, and there's like all sorts of you know, set bonuses for all sorts of different things. Some things are more like melee oriented, some things are certain types of weapon oriented. The generic like PvE armor set that you just get from most activities in general is called Fair Apparent, and the two piece when your shields begin to regen, you get flinch resist and damage resist. And then specific types of things rather than just trying to farm whatever armor yeah, now everything you can get the same amount of stats. Like pretty much you're looking for armor that has a base of 75, which armor and weapons have like tiering now, so the different tier is going to dictate like how many stats it has. So for like armor, tier 1 is going to be like 52 to 57, and then tier 5 it's 75 plus stat tuning. So it'll randomly roll between the 6 stats and choose a stat that you can increase by 5 at the expense of you get to choose which other stat gets decreased by 5. So if there's a stat that you don't want to build into at all, which for me is the weapon stat, I basically want to get weapons as the tuning stat so I can, or I don't want weapons. I want like, if I'm building house, class, and super is always going to be like lower than class in terms of distribution, because it's like a step, like, so you get like 30 health, then 25 class, then 20 super. I can make it so that super is exactly the same as class with this tuning. And then every single point that you get in a stat actually benefits the stat now. It doesn't have to be like tier 5 or tier 6. So if it's at like 59, it's not like a wasted 9 points. And then the stats go all the way to 200 now. And once it gets to 100 and it goes over into like 101 to 200, there's a secondary benefit. So like health, it increases how much orb, like health you get from an orb, and your flinch resist. And then if it's above 100, it increases how quickly your shield recharges and how much extra shield health you have whenever you're in like PV. But health doesn't really matter for PV because you just have some sort of way to, you know, sustain based off of your build. The melee stat is fucking insane. You do increase melee damage now. So people run like 200 melee stat, and you can run like the heavy glaive with no ammo in it and just run around two-shot meleeing people. So it's like a pseudo shotgun. Glaives are like really good. Like a lot of them like two-shot melee when you build into it now, instead of being like 3 melee. So you won't even have time to like shotgun melee. You'll just die if your shotgun whiffs. I'm pretty sure without Peregrine Greaves, you can one-shot shoulder charge with 200 melee. I know there are people that run like 200 melee with Peregrines, so that even if people have like overshields or whatever, like they'll just die. Yeah. I think they did this quite a while ago though. I think they did this probably at like the start of Edge of Fate. So it's been like over a year now. I know with the weapon stat. Alright, good night. There's like a weapon stat that increases how much damage your weapon does, and like your reload and your handling. And above 100, it actually increases how much damage you do to bosses and guardians. And with like 150 or 160 weapon stat, and a 180 hand cannon with precision instrument, you can 3-tap from neutral. So it's basically like having a kill clip on a 180, but all of the time. There's some like older hand cannons that have that. There's like this one season, there was like a 180 and it was craftable. And so you would like craft it and put enhanced precision instrument, which basically every time you hit something, you get 1 stack and it increases your headshot damage. And normally you'd have to do something like proc like Radiant and then go for the 3-tap. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Unfortunately now what you'd have to do is like wait for Zero to like bring a copy of it back, and then you would have to buy 5 copies of it and then use like a consumable that you can buy from this like little vendor thing with currency you get from like the season pass. And then like you would like get the 5 patterns that way. I don't really know. I don't really think about that because like the season pass gives these different like currencies and stuff. Once the season passes are gone, like they're gonna have to probably like change how, or like make it so that they drop from something different called like chronologs, and like there's like maybe 2 different vendors with a bunch of different menus where you can like spend them, mostly to you can take like these chronologs and then you go to the tower, and then there's like a exotic, well it's next to the exotic archive thing. It's a seasonal archive and you can buy all the old seasonal stuff, like the stuff that was important. So like it allows you to get access to like the old battle passes and stuff. And they also made it so that like before, say you played like Beyond Light and you played like the first season, then you skip the second season, then you come back for the third season, unless you had the deluxe edition, you wouldn't have access to that second season, like whatever the quest weapon, like the exotic weapon was from it. Like you can get it out of the like the exotic archive because you don't own the pass. So you would have to go, if you didn't already have that, you would have to go and buy that deluxe edition so that you had access to that specific season pass. But now in this archive thing, you can just go in there, look at whatever season you missed, and just spend 600 silver to pull all of the like notable items out of it with chronologs. I thought that was a pretty huge like quality of life update where like you don't get just fucked by FOMO over like exotics and stuff. That literally happened to Shade. He like played one season of like Beyond Light or something. I don't remember if it was Beyond Light specifically, but he played like one season, was off for 1 or 2, and then come back, and then had to buy the DLC again with the deluxe edition so that he could get the stupid thing. And it was like an actually important like exotic. Like he found out about it for a reason. Like people are using it for one thing or another, and it wasn't like a, you know, something that's just being used sometimes. I don't remember exactly what it was. I just remember that it was a seasons pass, like specific one of like you get it from the battle pass. That's all I really remember. Yeah. It's crazy, that was like 3 years ago now, so I can't even remember like what exotic it was. It's not. Yeah, it's a very short period of time. That sucks. I just fucking killed 2 people, and I got the third person like half health, and my teammate like choked the fight against this Void Warlock.
You will break this tie, I know it.
I would just be playing Void Warlock for Trials, but I'm trying to get good Trials armor for my Titan. Nah.
Your opponent leaves. And come back from this.
I think they just get disconnected after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I've not put a ton of effort into like my Discord or anything. I know people will set up like AFK channel where your mic's muted and everything, and you automatically get moved there after a certain amount of time of like inactivity from your keyboard or your microphone or both. So. Yeah.
Your opponent took the round. Take the next.
Yeah. What's crazy is I didn't actually know this until talking to the guy that like gave me my PC, but originally Twitch was supposed to be the equivalent of Discord. Like it was just supposed to be like audio call like hub sort of thing. Yeah, it just got completely repurposed for live streaming. The main thing that sucks about like Discord is it's just optimized very poorly. like its use of internet connection, like the bandwidth and stuff, it just uses a lot more like resources from your internet and your computer than it probably should. So it can put more stress on like lower end systems and cause like instability and stuff. Right now, if I'm just in like a voice chat, it's using up like maybe 600 megabytes of RAM just for fucking talking.
Your opponent stalled. There is always another fight.
Yeah. Here I can check. So Destiny is using 2,200 megabytes of RAM. My like web browser I have open for like dim and stuff. I have like a couple of YouTube videos I haven't gotten around to watching, so that's like taking up extra, just having them like preloaded. So like my web browser is taking up 1,000. Spotify's taking up 500. Discord's taking up like 400. And then Streamlabs is taking up like 340. So like literally streaming to YouTube takes up less stress on my computer than being in Discord and talking. Yeah. Like between my like having a recording software running in the background for if I have a game I want to record, it like just saves the last 15 minutes of gameplay and then discards any leftover. Because that's how I have it set up. Between that and streaming takes up just slightly more than like Spotify. But like my RAM is only like half of my RAM is actually being like used right now. This game isn't really a very like RAM intensive game. It would be cutting it pretty close, maybe by like you'd have like maybe based off of what I'm currently running, I would have like 3% left over. If I only had 16 gigs, but I have 32. So I get to do more things at a time. $32 is like barely enough for Throne. Like when you get into more like large scale stuff. So there's like bosses that run on like a schedule, and 4 days out of the week there's arch bosses, and one of them is like PvE and one of them is conflict, so you PvP over the boss. And usually like on my servers, somewhere around 500 people show up and they're all PvPing over this boss simultaneously, and like it actually makes my game like stutter. I know people that have computers that are like $5,000 and they still have issues. Yeah. Not really.
You are eager to begin, I can see it. So go then, find them.
figure out what's in your PC in a minute.
This one was for your end. Next time, my friend. The other team leads. Let this motivate you.
It's kind of hard to upgrade stuff in a laptop, I think. You kind of just get a new laptop, which is kind of the issue with them. I'm trying to think. And like laptops have special. They're made specially for laptops. So like when you have like the graphics card and everything in it, it's like a slimmed down just of like the PCB, which is like the actual physical card itself, without any of the like, you know, like the cover over it and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. It's basically just like a relatively like flat line, and then everything is probably like set on top of it, like the things that help like dissipate the heat from the different chips and stuff. So I'd imagine it looks very, very different, even though it's functionally the same exact thing. It's not really cheaper anymore. It's not really cheaper anymore. No, RAM prices have went up by several 100% in the last like a couple of years. Same thing with SSDs. Like my RAM that I have, maybe like 2-3 years ago, someone bought it for like $70, and now it's like 300. It's because of all this AI stuff. They're building data centers for AI, and so the companies manufacturing it are opting to selling in wholesale to them instead of the consumer, which is raising the price, lowering the stock, and then there's like all the reselling, and then that actually increased the retail price. Like the Samsung Pro, NVMe, or like NVMe M.2 SSDs, whatever. Like I was looking at like 4 terabyte one the other day, and it's like $1,100, and it should be like 500, maybe 600. And like even 500-600 sounds like a lot, but it's a very good drive, has very high like read-write speed. But yeah, like the price of basically everything has went up pretty drastically. graphics cards aren't too bad anymore, unless you're getting one that's like super duper now, like a 5080 or 5090. You won't get them close to retail, whereas like a 5070, even like a 5070 is pretty expensive. Like you'll probably spend close to like $2,000 for a new one. Maybe like 1800. I don't know. The 5090s though, people are buying those for like $4,000. Yeah, and what's crazy is all these cards, they retail for like $2,000. Like when they first come out, they retail for like $2,000. What? Not exactly. I think the RAM thing is like within like the last year. Like it's went up by like 500-600% price increase in less than a year. And then the SSD stuff has like just started like very recently. It was in the like last couple of months maybe. They function the same.
You will bring all the answers to the next fight, I know. I look forward to that rematch.
Well, I guess it's hard to say because like I said, like I don't understand like a ton when it comes to like PCs as a whole. I'm still like everything I'm actively learning it, or it's something that I've learned within like the last 6 months or so. Because like I got my PC like January 1st or 5th or something, like within the first week of January. So everything I've just acquired from trying to learn. But basically on the side of the motherboard, there's these slots, and they're called PCIe slots, and it's how the graphics card, and there's some other things that you can put in it, but it's how they transfer data at such a high speed. Like I think some of them they transfer like over like 32. I think the PCIe 5.0, I think they transfer like 32 gigs of data per second, or something like that. Like that's what they're rated for. And there are these like little add-ons that you can put. Say you don't have enough space on your motherboard. Like every motherboard will come with, as long as it's new enough, it'll come with a spot to like put a M.2 SSD in. But not all of them have 2, and not all of them have 3, etc. So there's these like things that you can plug directly into. It's like an adapter that goes into this PCIe like mount or whatever, like the slot, and it'll let you like put a M.2 in there. So it's like a expansion slot basically. And before motherboards got all this like newer technology, that's how people would put like video cards or sound cards before there was like onboard like sounds, or like Wi-Fi cards. Now like Wi-Fi and sounds and Bluetooth, it's all just integrated into the motherboard itself rather than you needing something extra. People still do use like their secondary one for stuff like capture cards just because it's an independent thing, so it's like, I guess, like a cleaner way to like record rather than like how they'll have their like Elgato capture cards and stuff so that they can easily record in like 4K, and it's like a controlled sort of recording rather than like how I'm doing it with like an application. Yeah, it's like its own independent thing. So, but yeah, so because M.2's gone to very specific kinds of ports, I think like an external SSD, like the best it's gonna be is like a SATA one, like the older gen before M.2's. So they're still a lot faster than normal hard disk drives, but there should be like there's a casing on the bottom of the laptop. When you take that off, there should be an area that is kind of just empty that shows like a singular screw and like a spot where it would like slide into, like with the little metal prong things at the end of it, of like a spot where you would put like an internal M.2. And usually for the stuff that you use super frequently or you play games that have a ton of load times, you wouldn't need something more than like maybe 2 terabytes, because you're never really going to be playing more than like 2 or 3 games at a time frequently. And if you stop playing a game super frequently, you can just move it to your other drive and swap like where they're stored. That's what I did. I had a couple games downloaded on my SSD, and then I wanted to move Destiny into it for the faster load times, so I moved them to the D drive, and then I moved Destiny to the C drive, and just tried to make sure that there's enough like leftover space so that it like runs smoothly. I would like more extra space on the drive just so that the game like it runs more smoothly, because drives have like slowdowns and different sorts of things when they get too like crammed. So usually when you look at a game and you look at like PC specs, it'll say that it wants you to have a certain amount of like free space, and that's usually the same amount as the size of the actual game itself. So if Destiny is like 150 gigs, you want roughly 150 gigs of free space just so that there's no like hiccups in it reading or writing anything. All it really does is it just slows it down some. It doesn't like prevent you from being able to play. Like my SSDs that I have, it's only like half a terabyte. Because the person whose PC this came from, they wanted to keep their M.2, so he just found a random like SATA SSD that he had and like put Sprung on it because he knew I'd be playing that. And then like Windows and stuff, just so that like my computer will literally boot faster. Yeah, so Destiny is like 143, Sprung is 138, and I only have 39 gigs of free space on optimizing. Yeah, I haven't noticed anything like sometimes it seems like I'm getting kind of like stuck loading in Destiny, but I think that's just the game being weird. Yeah. And then like all the extra space in it. Like 6 gigs of download. Like stuff that's associated with my user profile is like 45 gigs. And then like Windows is another 20. And then program files, whatever the fuck that is. And like there's just a bunch of extra stuff. Like I think I need to empty my recycling then. It says that there's like a gig of stuff in my recycling. I have a setting turned on where it just deletes those after a certain amount of time. Yeah, I just moved my recording software over the other day to a different drive and then changed where it saves the data to. I'm not super like worried about it though. Like I have a little bit of free space. I think part of it might also have to do with like health of your drive. So once it starts kind of like running out of space, it starts like folding the data over itself repeatedly to kind of like compress it. And so it's causing it to read and write more times, which a drive is rated for a certain amount of reads and writes. So by not having it in the sort of condition that it wants to be in, like you're making it work harder and slower. So you're kind of like yeah, it's just reducing like the longevity of it. Go back to console. Time to be elitist. You don't know stuff? Go back to console. Like the monitor on your laptop, or do you like connect your laptop to a screen? Oh, okay. I was just curious. Said 150 for 200. Yeah, that's really good. It's honestly can be kind of hard to maintain 200 hertz anyway, so like you have a monitor that's, you know, probably above like what you'll be consistently at. It depends on what type of game you play, obviously. I know something like Valorant, CS:GO, it's really easy to have a fucking insane amount of FPS. Yeah. Usually what I do is I end up just capping my frames at like whatever is stable. But depending on what it is, I don't really need to. Like in Destiny, like in PvP, I'm usually getting, depending on the map of where I am, what's happening, I get anywhere between like 110 to 90. So there's no real point in like capping my frames because it's not gonna jump drastically over that and then like simultaneously drop, you know, another 50 frames. But I'm running Destiny on like maxed out settings and everything. I definitely could get significantly more frames if I like lowered some stuff maybe. But then I would also have to understand what exactly a setting does and how it's impacting the graphics. You can't just like decide, oh, high settings makes my FPS 100, so I'm gonna put them all on low. That means I'll get 140 now. Like that's not how it works. Certain settings impact other settings, and like certain settings impact graphics card in different types of ways. It's very, very complicated. Whenever you get out of your game, can you press like the Windows key and then type system information? I didn't even fucking think about that. Having a OLED display on a laptop. Hmm. Yeah, for sure. Hmm? Okay. Yeah, so based off of what I'm reading, this is like the AI response. It has sources though. I don't really care enough to check though. The CPU and the GPU, it says in 95% of modern laptops are permanently soldered to the motherboard. So you can't really upgrade those. And those, like your RAM, your GPU, and your CPU, have the most impact on your computer in terms of like performance. It's possible that RAM is also soldered onto it, but it might not be. Like it just depends on the specific model. So if you're running out of like RAM, like when you go into like Task Manager, you can see where it says like memory. If that's being capped out to 100% while you're playing, like it's possible that it's slowing down the speed at which the CPU can communicate back and forth between your RAM and your CPU. They work together. So if one is not doing so well, especially if it's your RAM, your CPU can't do as much with the memory that it's the temporary memory that it's storing, and it kind of goes back and forth where like they're not doing the best. But usually if you have 32 gigs of even DDR4, then it's fine. For a lot of first-person shooters, 16 gigs of DDR5 is fine as well. It just depends how high you are pushing your graphic settings and all that sort of stuff. The other thing that's kind of important is like the specific graphics card that's in it, because graphics cards come in different like models even within the same one. So like say like a 3070, for example, there could be like the one I have, it's 8 gig of VRAM, which is like virtual memory that has to do with all the graphic settings and stuff. So if I push my graphic settings too high, I'm gonna overcap on my VRAM, and it's gonna start like cutting corners and like slowing down stuff to accommodate that. Lucky though, in like a lot of games like Destiny and other games, when you're actually in your video settings, it'll show you how much VRAM is going to be utilized based off of that thing. So like I have 8 gigs of VRAM. I have all my settings maxed out, except for like motion blur and some of the other stuff turned off because I don't like them. And I'm sitting at maybe 25% of my VRAM usage. So like I don't have to worry about running out of VRAM when it comes to Destiny. But in a game like Battlefield, I might. Can you stream in Discord? Okay. It's like a fucking volcano in my room. So yeah, that's something you can kind of try to keep track of if you want to. The what do you call it? The memory. You do have 32 gigs, so that's really good. And I have a 3070. That's old. Yes, 2 little baby fans. well, the full-size actual one. It has 2 fans, and most graphics cards now have 3. Yeah, this graphics card came out in 2016, so it's not too old. But it makes sense why I can't run Throne then. Yeah, it has 6 gigs of VRAM, the dedicated GPU memory. Interesting. You actually had a driver update this year? In like April? Usually I lose frames from upgrading drivers. Since January, I've been having issues with the drivers, so every time I try a new one, when a new one comes out, I end up reverting it back to like January 27th. I just keep having issues over and over. It could just be an isolated thing with the fact I was playing Throne. But so can you go to your memory now? Just click on the left side. So see how it says speed, like 2667 MTS? Mine was at something like something very similar to that, maybe like the same number or 2700 something. And there was a setting inside my BIOS, which is the motherboard's like software, firmware, whatever. Yeah, I guess software. And there's this thing called like XMP boost or something like that. It's basically a overclock for your RAM, and it's they put a specific number on the box that they advertise it at, and then they run it at a lower speed because it's essentially an overclock, but it's like a marketing thing. So like mine is supposed to be rated, as long as I have a good enough CPU and everything, to run at 3200. And by enabling that in the BIOS, it allows it to actually run at its like intended speed, which means you can get more use out of your other components in your system. So depending on the other components in the system, it's not a guarantee, but it's possible that you might be able to. So it's after like all the different stuff that I learned, say I was to build a new computer, right? And I get it to boot up and everything. The literal first thing I would do is go to the BIOS and enable that. Like that's how important it is. So you don't have to do it like right now, but it's something that's worth thinking about. And it looks like you do have an internal NVMe, so that's cool on your C drive. Can you click on the C drive? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool that you have an internal one. So if you keep stuff like, stuff that has like longer load times or, different areas, different areas of map, like if you're to play like World of Warcraft, it has a lot of like mini like loading screens. It looks like it's pretty small. It's only like 100 gigs. Yikes. So yeah, I guess the main purpose of it then was just for like Windows and stuff. Oh yeah. Can you go to the system information? Press the Windows key and then start typing it. System. Yeah, that. Just you can just press enter. So it tells you like the specific model of your computer. So you can find out like more information. So it's a Omen and then the 17-CB0XXX. It can help you. And then you also have the SKU. So that can help you figure out specific information. If you are looking into any sort of like, if you wanted to try to upgrade something or figure out like, for example, if your CPU or your GPU are like actually soldered to the motherboard, or if they would be able to be taken out and then replaced, like if that's something that you did want to do. It says processor, so that's the specific CPU that you have. So that's says 9,750, so that's a 9th gen Intel CPU. And I think they're now in like 14th gen, so they're like 14,000, blah blah blah. Yeah, probably about 10 years based off of what your GPU is. Like it gives you a decent idea on what it's like matching it with. Just look for this CPU. Interesting. The CPU came out in 2019. I guess maybe the H at the end means something. So it sounds like it's just something different. So it supports up to 2,666 MTS on the RAM. So there's no guarantee that overclocking your like RAM would do anything because your CPU might not be able to handle it, but it's always worth a try. Trying to think. I don't remember where to really look to see RAM. I never really looked. I just looked in Task Manager to see what the speed it was saying, and then I can physically touch it and like take it out and stuff, so I can just like read the side of it to know exactly what it is. if you go to settings, so just press Windows key, go to settings, click on system, scroll down to the bottom, says about. Then you can check the specific RAM that's installed, but mine just says like 32 gigs. That's it. So that's not useful information at all. Yeah, that's like I feel like you would probably know how much RAM you have before you even went to come check this. It's fucking completely useless. Makes me angry just how useless a lot of the stuff in like Windows is. Like it just doesn't help you in any like capacity. Yeah, usually what you do when you want to go into like BIOS is you turn your computer off and then you turn it back on, and then when it turns on there's some sort of like screen that comes up for a short period of time based off of like whatever motherboard you have. Like how when you turn on a PlayStation it shows like the Sony symbol and then it boots in. It's like that but for your motherboard. So mine is like MSI. I get like a MSI pop-up screen thing, and then it loads through that, loading all of my remembered settings, and then boots. And basically what you do, it's a little bit different based off of the specific motherboard, but like for me, while it's in that transition phase, I spam the delete key, and that allows me to go into the BIOS to like fine tune and tweak stuff. And then you would basically just like look see the different things and try to find the memory so that you can enable something that's called like Expo or XMP. Can you go back to the system information? Compare it to mine. Baseboard products. So it looks like your HP. So your motherboard is an HP 87. I think it's like 8703. So where you see baseboard manufacturer, and it just says HP, that shows the manufacturer of the motherboard, and then the baseboard product underneath it, it's 8603. That's usually where the like reference numbers are, like the actual name. Usually there's more to it than just, you know, a couple of numbers, but it's probably because it's a laptop. But by typing that in, the 8063, at least I think it was 8063. 8606. by typing that in, going to like the actual HP. S8063 motherboard. Can tell you some like different information. So here I can share my screen. So, not sure if this is like I can't really tell if this is even like the correct thing. It's like I type in this, but it's like doesn't like it's not being fucking useful. My computer's dying. Okay. That's, I think it's this, but I could be wrong because yeah. But if this is the correct thing, then it would mean that you do have like more than one M.2 slot. But it might be like depending on like you just have to check, but it's possible that you have like more than one M.2 thing. But I don't really know. I can show you something different that I think is really helpful. So it's kind of like overwhelming to look at, but you can look at it in different formats. But this thing here, it shows me every single thing that's in my C drive. And so like when I hover my mouse here, it shows me like a line around everything that's in C drive, and then this shows me everything that's a program file. Then everything within here is within Steam, and it lets you visualize what is taking up exactly how much space. And then you can look at it in like file view if you actually want to look for a specific file or type a specific file or something. But honestly, I think the other way is easier to look at. And then you can look at the actual like different drives, and then it wants to stop responding because because I'm trying to be like, oh, this thing is so cool and nice and I like it a lot, so I'm gonna stop working. But yeah, like I can actually see the exact things. Like this is a one game. This is everything in Steam. Everything over here is not in Steam, like that sort of thing. And like one thing that's useful about this is all of the files. So if I want this to go into a different drive and I don't necessarily want to utilize like Epic or whatever I downloaded it from, I could just cut this and then I could open like this is in D drive. I could just copy and I could just do Control V and just paste it directly into here. And then since I cut it from the other thing, it would automatically remove it from this. And then when I would scan again, it would just be gone because it would be in the completely different file. Yeah, it would just be in this now. But yeah, I find this like really, really helpful, especially when I'm like running out of space or whatever. I don't know what else, like I'm sure there's a ton of other stuff that you can do. But just being able to like visualize and stuff, I think is really helpful. I don't know so much about like all the, compression stuff and whatever else, but yeah, I never would have even known about this. He just had already downloaded it on the computer, like before I got it. So yeah, nice people who actually exist. Were you actively downloading the game, or you have to clear stuff? crazy. The last couple of days, the player count in Destiny on PC has basically doubled. It went from like 10K 24-hour peak to almost 20. It won't let me, I got like Weasel aired and then it won't let me sign back into the game. Yeah, I have to check what free games are on Epic. It's I didn't check to check what free games there are that I'm probably never gonna play. Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 remastered. Oh my god. I might actually have to play this. Let's see. I have to open up the dog shit game store. Oh my god, Battlefield 6 is only $38. Hmm? Holy shit. I wouldn't want to buy it on Epic. Just kind of collecting games on Epic just cause, and like, if I get around to playing them or there's like a game that it's like, oh shit, I need to play that, you know? Okay, I might as well. I know, there could be a good, you know, like 40, 50, $60 game for free that I might get some enjoyment out of at some point. I know people, you know, they log on to Epic, whatever, they get the free games on Friday, they never play them, and then if it was a game that they did actually want to play, they end up buying it on Steam just so that they don't have to use Epic. I think the Destiny servers might be down. Imagine that console fucking crashed the servers. I probably will. And I think that's why they're dropping the price of stuff so significantly. There's gonna be a lot of like playability for people that have never played the game before. But I also think the fact that it's like an end of life thing could discourage people from caring. What do you use? I think the game's actually down. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I just checked like a down detector and it said that they couldn't like reach the game. I'm gonna go to the Discord now and get fucking bans. Uh, thanks for letting me know that they're shut down. This fucking sucks. Like, sort of. It's just deeper. Oh my god, the servers are back up. Let's fucking go. I don't think so. I don't even think I made the server until after I kind of stopped playing Destiny. Some of them are people I met in real life. Some of them are from Monster Hunter. Yeah, it's like Monster Hunter, Throne, and a couple people that I met in real life. One of them I met when I was in Washington, and I played Warframe with him a couple days ago. Yeah, honestly, the majority of people in here, I think, are actually from Throne. Like maybe half of them. Oh, that keyboard is pretty nice. Ain't no way you're vaping, fucking weirdo. Vape is so much worse for you. Yeah, I did it for like 3 or 4 years. and then I started smoking cigarettes again, and I felt better in general. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how you can go from fucking vaping to Newport 100s and feel better. Yeah, ain't that some shit? Fucking Newport menthol 100s. Actually just feel better, like you're healthier. Like that shit doesn't even fucking make sense. Yeah, they're definitely both terrible for you, but I've never heard of someone getting hospitalized because they smoke cigarettes, though. That's the main thing. Like people having like collapsed lungs and shit. I think I saw something. There was this girl, she was like 25. She vaped since she got out of high school, and she had a collapsed lung, so she went back. She went to smoking cigarettes because of the vape. It's actually kind of funny. Like menthol has its own like effect on you, and I found that I was like smoking too much, and the menthol was making my lungs feel more tender, so I switched to smoking reds. It's like the same fucking thing. But I think when I was vaping, I was definitely doing it like way too much. I hit it almost every like 1 to 5 minutes, and I was smoking 50 nick, like 50 milligram salt nick, out of like a mesh coil, and I go through like maybe 3 milliliters, 4 milliliters a day, which is like the equivalent of like 2 packs of cigarettes. You know, depending on like what game I was playing, if I would like die a lot, every single time I would die, I would hit the vape. So I was playing like Battlefield, and I was getting spawned. I was getting spawn killed by vehicles, bro. And by the end of that like play session, my lungs like felt like they had been like punched. Not really my lungs, more like my throat. I felt like someone had punched me in my throat over and over. You just fucking throw a grenade at your feet every time you spawn so you can smoke more. Yeah. Yeah. I think when I first started vaping, like Juul was like kind of popular, and I would go through like a pod every like 3 or 4 days. I can't remember exactly. And I switched to something called MePod, which was basically just a salt nick pod. You'd buy the pods, put it into this thing, and they were like refillable until the cotton inside them got burnt. Then when I moved to Washington, I got like a Smock Nova or something, or I don't remember exactly what it's called. It's some like salt nick Smock thing, and you would just buy coils and replacement for the plastic like mouthpiece whenever they get like worn out or broken or whatever. The pod themselves lasts a lot longer. It was mostly just replacing uh, the actual mesh thing. Yeah, I'm back with family. I haven't really done anything yet. When I was out there, I was at like Job Corps, and I was doing like a business administration thing. And then after I finished it, I went into like their college program. But Job Corps is like a very restrictive place. Like your freedom is restricted. Like I was living there. So like I chose to go there to try to get like a better opportunity, but like over time the confinement stuff kind of like destroyed me mentally, and it put extra stress on me, and I like just didn't want to do school anymore. So I just stopped and came back, and just haven't really like recovered mentally from coming back. Haven't started being productive yet. Um, Hopefully in like the next month or so I'll get into like a job and start, doing something. But it'd be nice to go back to school and at least do something that I was, trying to start. Wanted to get like a bachelor in like a bachelor of science in biology, and then after that do like doctor pharmacy, which is like another 4 years that you can become like a licensed pharmacist. But I don't know. Yeah, I think he's still playing stuff. I just don't really know what. Destiny 2 thumbnail. I think the game's just going down like over and over.